philosophy. In today's episode, I'm going to be responding to an article which was in the description entitled In Defense of Eating Meat by Timothy Shao. This article attempts to defend meat consumption for any purpose on the grounds of it being not unjustified. Okay. Timothy Shao is the author. Now, Timothy Shao, this is the article. Timothy Shao is a member of the faculty of the University of Graham. He's an assistant professor, and he's wrote many articles. Some of his more popular articles include In Defense of Eating Meat, In Defense of Trophy Hunting, and the most popular that I have found is his presentation, Why Homosexual Sex is Immoral. So, we are going to be responding to Timothy Shao and outlining all of the metaphysical errors that he makes in this article. After reading it, I found it quite surprising that these metaphysical errors were not apparent to the author. So, okay. So, the goal of this article is to instantiate a moral differentiation between goods and moral goods. In other words, the author attempts to say that there are moral reasons distinct from good reasons. Something can have a good reason and not be moral. An example he gives is an athlete training to be a professional athlete, like someone training to be someone training to be a professional athlete is the example that he gives, and argues that it doesn't necessitate that it is an actual good, or that the welfare of a car, for example, does not constitute genuine welfare. Now, I'm going to be rejecting this. He says moral good reasons are distinct from good reasons considered generally. Whether or not some reason is good will depend on whether it adequately justifies grounds or motivates some course of action. Good reasons need not be moral reasons. Now, I reject this, and I reject the argument of this paper. Now, the argument of this paper is as follows, and you can find this argument on page 280 in the of the link in the description. So if you click the article in the link, it's page 280, and you'll find the author's article and his argument. So, the first premise is moral welfare interests trump non-moral welfare interests. The next premise is that human consumption of meat for the sake of nutrition is a moral welfare interest. The premise after is the interest of non-human animals is in not feeling pain is not of a moral welfare interest. And then the conclusion is therefore consumption of meat for the sake of nutrition trumps the interest of non-human animals. I'm going to be rejecting premise 7. Now, the first premise, moral welfare interests trump non-moral welfare interests, I consider to be incoherent. Okay, so in other words, I would argue that there is no such thing as a non-moral welfare interest. Now, this doesn't mean that this is the only way to reject this argument. In fact, this argumentation may fail on the fact that human consumption of meat for the sake of nutrition is not a moral welfare interest, or is a moral welfare interest in the reverse. It may be immoral to consume meat for the sake of humans. Many arguments can be given in this in relation to human nutrition and the risk of zoonotic diseases, but the author does not cover these, and I see no need to get into this argumentation because it would be an anthropocentric account of ethics from which I am rejecting, and instead I will be defending a sentientist approach. So, the author begins his metaphysical errors by taking the word good to mean a term that is used to assess a worthiness of a particular thing in relation to some end, kind, or purpose. Now, that is not that I disagree with that, but he then later uses this understanding to conflate multiple kinds of good whilst asserting that they are of non-moral nature. Okay, guys, I'm actually gonna have to reschedule this stream because my um. Oh right, okay. I'm gonna have to go for actually not reschedule. I'm gonna have to quickly go for a recess of about 10 minutes, in order to fix something that's going on in my house. I'll be right back, and I'll present the stream again once I get back. I'm very sorry for the delay. Be right back, guys. Right. Sorry for that delay, everyone. Obviously, an emergency came up and I had no choice but to deal with it. Otherwise, I would not be here. Uh, right. Okay. So I'm gonna start this again. If anyone wouldn't mind just sharing my article on Discord, on my server for us, that would be great. Just to let people know that I'm actually come back, and if anyone could just just share it with your friends or whoever, just so like the viewership hasn't diminished just because of said emergency, that would be very much appreciated by me. Okay, so I'm gonna start this again, just so that I can trim it later on, and and so that anyone who watches this in playback actually gets the argument and doesn't get me sitting around for, actually just a white wall for 10 minutes. So, 1 second. Okay. So, yeah. And thank you everyone who stayed as well. I really appreciate it. An empty chair and music. That's exactly right. That's trying to make like a dada statement about philosophy or something. The absence of the man from the argument. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just making stuff up as I go along at this point. Right. So. right. So. Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Perspective Philosophy. In today's episode, I'm going to be responding to an article titled In Defense of Eating Meat by Timothy Shao. Timothy Shao is an author and an assistant professor from Graham University. Okay. I'll actually share his profile here. This is Timothy Shao. Timothy Shao is a faculty member in Arts and Sciences at Graham University. He focuses primarily on applied ethics, from what I'm aware, and is and has very many research interests as well as over 70,000 views. That's considerable for academic articles. So the article I'm going to be responding to, as I've said, is In Defense of Eating Meat, but some of the more popular articles include, if I can find it, Why Homosexual Sex is Immoral, and the Perverted Faculty argument, arguing in defense of removal of homosexual members of faculty from what I'm aware, defending trophy hunting, and arguing that industrial farming is not wrong. So yeah, they're more of these more popular arguments as well. Okay, at least more popular in more read, anyway. So, this is the article, In Defense of Eating Meat by Timothy Shao, published 2015 in the Journal of Ethics and Environmental Ethics. Yeah. Agriculture and Environmental Ethics. Okay. So. Okay. So, the goal of the article is to instantiate a moral differentiation between certain kinds of goods. Get comfortable. Certain kinds of goods in order to justify that the consumption of animals by moral agents is not a moral harm. In other words, Timothy Shao is attempting here to discern, or differentiate rather, morally good reasons from good reasons. And I quote, "Morally good reasons are distinct from good reasons considered generally. Whether or not some reason is good will depend upon whether it adequately justifies, grounds, or motivates some course of action. Good reasons need not be moral reasons." And so we can see that he is going to differentiate between goods and moral goods. The argument of this paper is as follows. 7. Moral welfare interests trump non-moral welfare interests. Human consumption of meat for the sake of nutrition is a moral welfare interest. Interests of non-human animals in not feeling pain is a non-moral welfare interest. Therefore, human consumption of meat for the sake of nutrition trumps the interest of non-human animals. And that can be found on page 280 of the article that is linked in the description. I'm going to reject premise 7 as incoherent. I believe that no moral welfare interest can exist. No amoral welfare interest can exist, or no non-moral welfare interest can exist. It's important to note that the author takes the word good to mean a term that is used to assess the worthiness of a particular thing in relation to some end, kind, or purpose. So in other words, it is in relation to a function, in which case the author is going to ground good in Aristotelian or in the terms of Alistair MacIntyre, in a virtue ethical sense. Excuse me. I do not deny this understanding of good. I think that the author's conception of good is justified. However, his differentiation between goods and moral goods is not justified. And I will go into that as we get into the article. What I do dismiss, however, is that there can be functions which can be non-moral in nature. The author seeks to differentiate between moral functions and non-moral functions, using the example of a car. He talks about the function of a car and the welfare interests of a car. We can talk about what is good for a car because of its function. Its function is to drive, for example. Its function is to be, and therefore its welfare to be maintained is to allow it to complete its function. And so we can talk about what is good for a car. And so he differentiates what is good for a car and what is good for an individual on the grounds that these are morally inconsiderable, and that what is considerable by a moral individual is not based on general welfare, but a welfare in a moral sense. So I'm going to reject this. I would argue that there is no difference between moral and non-moral considerations, and that I'm going to argue that we cannot differentiate between functions in a moral and non-moral sense. And what the author does is metaphysically misunderstand the concept of functionality, and instead presupposes that a function could exist without an agent or a prior function to give it purpose. So I'm going to differentiate between two kinds of function: inherent function or innate function, and acquired function. A car has by nature an acquired function. A car has acquired function. It does not have function by nature. The purpose of a car is dependent upon the driver, or dependent upon the user. A car has a different purpose to a mechanic than it does to the individual who is driving it. The function of a car is not necessitated in what the car is, but is instead dependent upon the use value the car has to a function which metaphysically instantiates its function. In other words, it is a subset of functions which exist in relation to agents who will use objects as use value. A rock can take the place of a hammer, but a rock cannot take the place of a human or an animal. Innate functions are derivative of nature. So, in other words, a human or an animal have a function based on what they are. They cannot be described in relation to, to be properly understood without a description of a function which exists within them by nature and is determined by their conscious awareness and their drives, which predate our understanding of them. Okay. And this leads the author to make his first metaphysical error. He says, the question we should ask is this: what is it about pain that makes harm distinctively moral harm? Stated differently, what does pain add that makes it different from the violation of just any other welfare condition? So the reason the author is asking this question in the first place is because he has misunderstood the concept of welfare conditions, and instead understood welfare to be ad hoc to a metaphysical a metaphysical grounding, a substance which is itself dependent upon another being for its existence. A hammer does not exist without a conscious agent who understands the use value of a hammer. Hammers aren't derivative of nature. They are artificial by definition. And it is the same for a watch, a car, or any other object. But it is not the same for an animal, and it is not the same for any member of humanity. All sentient beings contain, I would argue, inherent function. Okay, so the author's desire to seek a grounding of moral value in something other than function leads him open to a moral claim which cannot be grounded. In other words, function itself was proposed really to overcome Hume's guillotine. It is an understanding of a metaphysical is, which implies an ought claim. Otherwise, one would be left open to Hume's guillotine, in which they would be deriving an ought from an is. And so only functional concepts can imply the existence of a drive which contains within it a necessitated ought. Otherwise, we could say that a rock ought to be made of limestone. It is not necessitated in what a rock is that it ought to be made of limestone, and so we are asserting an ought claim. This is precisely what the author does. However, it is confused within his continued within a series of metaphysical errors, one leading to the next. Okay. So the author takes moral status to be due to participation in a moral community. It's not actually explained why in the article. It isn't explained why in the article. He does not explain why in the article. However, it seems ad hoc and a way to overcome the distinction between goods and moral goods. Because otherwise, all goods, according to this author, would be of value, and we would be forced, for example, to consider the welfare of a car as equal to the welfare of another individual. And so he takes moral status to be the same as moral consideration. So in other words, moral status and participation within a moral community is where we derive moral consideration. Although it should have been clear to the author that the requirement of anything to be considered good is to relate to a particular function. And so anything other than a functional concept should, by definition, not have a good claim attached to it, not have an ought claim attached to it. In which case, moral status would not be derivative of participation in the community, but instead would be held within the function of the moral community rather than the prerequisites necessary for participation. So in other words, when the author talks about reason being a prerequisite for behaving within a moral community, what we need to understand is that he is conflating a prerequisite with the end of the community, with the goal of the community. It is to be understood that the goal and the group organized has a specified aim which is of moral nature, to respect the welfare concerns of individuals. Now, the individuals themselves that they are respecting need not be in the community. However, he does not seem to agree. He argues that reason is a prerequisite to enter the community, as it allows for, I will quote, as it presupposes that members of the community act for moral reasons, and that moral subjects must therefore be capable of knowing, understanding, deliberating, choosing, and acting for the sake of the good. End quote. This seems to misunderstand the prerequisite, as I said, of entering a community, with the end of the community. The end of the community is not necessarily in relation to its members. An example would be feminists, who would not only consider feminists. Christians do not only consider Christians, and workers' unions do not only consider workers, or at least the workers within that particular union. What is to be understood in relation to these groups is the overall goal, the telos, of the group. It is the function of the group to reflect function, not just the members entailed within the group. So if the function of a workers' party is equality, or feminist party is, or a feminist group is equality, or Christians is the welfare of humanity, these functions are related not to the welfare interests of the group who are participating, but instead related to the overall end the group enters in relation to. And so, not only does this miss the distinction between the function and the capacity to understand function, in other words, conflate the understanding of function with the function, which leaves the author open to a purely instrumentalist position, which would fit with his claims of engagement and participation being dependent upon knowing, understanding, and being able to participate towards the end goal. Instead, one could adopt a purely instrumentalist position within reason and knowledge, and argue that reason is not metaphysically of value beyond the capacity to understand function itself, function simpliciter. So the author has not established any innate value to reason, but has instead showed the value towards understanding the function is in relation to the function. In other words, we engage in morality and ethics in order to achieve the good life, but that does not make it the good life to engage in morality and ethics. It may very well be that we may find that a life in which we do not engage in morality and ethics, and instead lead a life of purely natural engagement or natural in relation to our natural dispositions, would be the good life, and we could find that through reason, which would be impossible given the author's position. What's more concerning is how far his reasoning may exclude entire communities from being considered as communities. Would the author believe that the surrealists were not a community, given that they sought to engage in a process which reduced to diminish reason of its followers? In other words, the surrealists were engaged in a process to juxtaposition images of an incoherent nature or an irrational nature in order to inspire a creative process within the individuals who observe and engage within it. This was an attempt to inspire creativity from the unconscious mind. However, how could this be the case if the entire conscious mind must be directed towards, and the entire conscious mind is the end of the group, since it is a prerequisite for the engagement? This doesn't seem to add up. A far worse issue arises when the author of the prerequisite group... A far worse issue also arises for the author, as the prerequisites for any group can be determined by its structure. So in other words, any moral community can presuppose a given feature of its community, or necessitate a feature of its community based upon the type of community that it is. So a group of white nationalists could presuppose race, or a group of religious fanatics could presuppose a form of religion. This is made worse by the fact that he says, furthermore, since morality is about the pursuit of good, and because good is species-specific, a subject must also have further ability to know his own good and the good of others in the community. Would white supremacists be justified under this view for valuing whiteness as a prerequisite, as would religious institutions? ISIS, for example, would be justified as those who are not within their community would be of no moral value, since they do not contain the necessary prerequisites to enter the community. Now, it should be all the more clear that all moral communities would then require a meta-moral community in order to judge their value. So how do we judge the value of a community in relation to value itself? Well, this would be impossible unless we were engaged in an objective unless we are engaged in an objective study of function and value axiologically distinct from a given rationality or group dynamic. The community does not determine moral status, otherwise, how does the community itself gain its moral status? As you can see, that the author has made a series of metaphysical conflations and assertions which fail to instantiate and necessitate an inherent value in rationality. The author then proceeds to dig himself into a much greater proverbial ditch, arguing that the essence of the community members is what is of value, in order to overcome the marginal cases argument. So, in other words, when considering the participation group of members, he argues that members are of value because they it presupposes that the members of a community can act for moral reasons, and that moral subjects therefore must be capable of knowing, understanding, and deliberating, choosing, and acting for the sake of the good. However, when pushed on this point by marginal cases, he replies that instead it is not the moral deliberation, understanding, and knowing. It is instead the root capacity to have the potential to do those things that is of value. This seems to be presupposing something which is not contained in the argument, since knowing, understanding, and deliberating are exercisable functions, and he is rejecting exercisable capacity as the value, as the instantiation of value, and instead uses it instead argues for a categorical value in relation to reason and its essence inherently. No argument in this paper is able to instantiate that a reason for why essence itself is of value and not simply instrumental value, and instead takes it to be a categorical in order to overcome the metaphysical the metaphysical confliction within the individual's moral theory in relation to the essence and those people who are to be considered as human, who are not rational, and the non-evaluation of animals for the rejection of their incapacity in terms of reasoning. This is a metaphysical sleight of hand which relies upon a semantic difference which underlies which lays in an uninvestigated, which lays uninvestigated. And so, depending upon the argument in which the author is attempting to counter, against the vegetarian argument, he appears to be an instrumentalist, arguing that reason itself is necessary and sufficient due only to its role in providing participation within a moral community. Yet against marginal cases, he is arguing that it is instead the root capacity and the essence of rationality which is valuable and not exercisable capacity, which begs the question of why it's valuable at all. All in all, we can see that this paper has done little to forward the conversation, and instead the rhetoric of this paper lies on the intuition of the reader to evaluate a human and a car differently, while presupposing that animals lay on the side of the car, and whilst humans lay in their own category, based upon the value of a prerequisite of reason. No argument within this paper has given value to the prerequisite of reason in relation to the end telos of the community and function of goal. Instead, I would argue that the author should adopt a sentientist position in order to understand function itself simpliciter, which would remedy the issues in relation to non-human animals and humans who have diminished moral capacities. There would be no need to appeal to root capacity in relation to reason, as instead that implies a functional understanding which is separate from the group participation and yet presupposes a concept of rationality as being valuable in and of itself with no argument to instantiate that, and so fails to Hume's guillotine. The author would find more beneficial a sentientist approach which understands function to be the end goal of an ethical community and ethics as a whole, and that all ethics and all moral communities are engaged within ethical discourse to discern right and wrong behavior in relation to universal concepts which can be grounded upon a function and functions in and of themselves. In other words, the concept of good is in relation to functions and inherent natural functions, which are by and large the foundation of value. And so I would encourage the author to engage in an axiological research in understanding how value is precipitated within an individual's function. Whether something is or is not valuable is not directed by a capacity to fulfill a given process, but rather by an understanding and appreciation of value by an evaluator or an experiencer. In other words, a conscious function, a conscious agent is required, and a conscious subject is required to instantiate any notion of value in relation to function. And if we take that to be the case, then sentience and the functions that exist within it are by and large the engagement of a moral community. Moral communities then seek to engage as much as possible to maximize the good in relation to sentient creatures rather than a ad hoc notion of good in relation to some form of tribalist morality, which presupposes a prerequisite such as reason, race, gender, religion, or any other capacity or characteristic as being valuable without an argument which demonstrates its inherent value. So yeah, that is my argument against In Defense of Eating Meat by Timothy Shao. I would love to have a discussion with the author, and hopefully we can have a nice conversation in the future. If the journal is interested, I'd be willing to formalize my argument and write a counter paper in relation to In Defense of Eating Meat, as I believe that this is a defense of something which is by and large indefensible. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So I hope you've enjoyed that so far, and I hope that I really hope that instantiates why I would reject essentially Timothy Shao's argument. I can answer questions on it, and if that sounded a little bit scripted, that's because it was partially scripted in relation to my making sure that I had the quotes necessary to respond to his position. I didn't want to misrepresent the author. So if anyone has any questions now, you're welcome to drop them into the chat and I will get to them, and we'll move to the Q&A portion of this discussion. Yeah, probably sounded like, I think it probably coming across a bit robotic there, to be honest. But it's one of those things where I feel like you've got to have a professional demeanor when it's in relation to a university professor and a published article. 100% will debate you, Phil. I got back to your email to debate on modern day debates. So yeah, I've also got a debate coming up with I may as well just get relaxed now. Relate a little. So actually, I'm going to move the chat. Yeah, so yeah, I'm 100% game to debate you, Phil. I've gotten back to you. I've gone back to your email, and I'm also tagged in Modern Day Debate. So yeah, if you game on debate and Modern Day Debate, like you said, like you wanted to do, I'm happy to debate on there. So no problem. What does Charlie Dog think about this article? Oh, he hates it. He sees the metaphysical errors, the numerous metaphysical errors, and the misunderstanding of functionality in relation to inherent function and acquired function was Charlie's idea. I think that it is, by and large, perhaps one of the most metaphysically uninstantiated articles I've ever read. The presupposition of function being inherent to all objects, regardless of their metaphysical emergence is nonsense. I mean, what is important to recognize is that the metaphysical emergence of a given function is in relation to um, its creator. And I would argue that any tool, any object, is created by the conscious experience of the individual and their active participation in the phenomenal world. In other words, the the function of a car is good only in relation. A car is only good at its function in relation to its use value, which was given by the individual who actually provided a use value for the car. A car may be a car may be a car because it is meant to drive, but only because cars are defined as such by agents who use them as such, whilst the fittingness of the concept of good relates to an inherent function, which is ultimately where all other goods are deemed valuable from. So, in other words, a car is valuable in relation to a driver, a tractor is valuable in relation to a farmer, and being a farmer or a driver is valuable in relation to being a conscious individual who has a vested interest in either driving or farming for their welfare interests. Does your moral philosophy around self-determination hinge on the ideas of free will? Can you state self-determination as a moral goal in a determined world? I don't believe you can, and I would argue that this is the differentiation between ethics and morality, which the author clearly doesn't understand necessarily, maybe appealing to a natural law position, but I would argue that there is a differentiation between ethics and morality. Morality speaking about how we determine what abstract conceptions of good, whilst having no ground for that. It relies upon caprice of the agent and individual reasoning, whilst ethics is a active participation of an agent in relation to a community which tries to seek a form of good and understand good in relation to the concepts that are available to them. Regardless, what I would say is that ethikos requires a engagement in towards a given end, and that one could change their behavior to match logos or some sort of rational system to better achieve that end. Why can't the value of a cow as food be decided by the valuing of a cow as food? Because that would be ad hoc use of the cow as an object. You could do the same to a human in the exact same way. However, you would be trying to assert a function over the inherent function that already pre-exists within the cow or within the individual, within the human, right? So the individual being having a function of natural origin, having a function which is inherent to its experience, and having a value of that function and a judgment of value of that function, the moral community would be forced to consider that evaluation in order to remove any caprice or individual bias. Otherwise, it would be asserting a claim of good, bad, right, and wrong, which is in and of itself trying to remove. The function of the moral community is the engagement to remove unjustified moral discourse and instead seek justified moral discourse in order to engage in the greatest overall possibility of leading the good life. And so the rejection of an inherent function and the presupposition of a function that is acquired by a master-slave relationship ultimately leads to the dissolution of a moral community and instead the enactment of a moral totalitarianism, a moral authoritarianism rather. I think you might agree that there is a psychological burden to being vegan. How much of the population bear this? How many need to bear it? Perhaps you don't agree. I don't think it's actually a burden. I don't really think so. I think that there is a psychological relief from being vegan. I think that the burden that exists between agents is maybe social in origin, but at the same time, it relieves individuals of their existential crisis, and gives them purpose and meaning in life. I would consider that an ethical movement that is grounded to be akin to the value that is present in religion, whilst having all of the drives of the individual still considered, and not requiring the individual to sacrifice themselves to a form of abstract right which they will not find themselves. In other words, individuals don't have to perform rituals and engage in ethics from which is ungrounded, and they will not find themselves in order to free themselves from their hedonistic and self-destructive behaviors, and instead engage in a rational pursuit of what is good for them. So I would say that veganism is actually psychologically beneficial to the agent rather than harmful. It does come with its drawbacks in the immediate sense, though, of being socially condemned, which requires some form of gumption and courage, but that doesn't justify, it would be a mistake to allow an individual to become existentially motivated to consume through peer pressure, as it would justify the same thing in relation to other forms of self-harm. Why should the natural function or the concept of the moral community, as you see it, be valued? I would say that the natural function and moral community are different. I'm using the terms used by the author. I would normally use institutional. I would use institution. What I would say is that all ethical institutions are engaged towards a concept of right. Concept of right is the correct judgment of an individual's behavior as being justified in relation to the end, which is the good life. I would say that an understanding of that good life is only possible in relation to the engagement of universals which do not presuppose a good life and what is good in itself. And so when we investigate what is good in and of itself, we investigate value in and of itself, we are forced to detach our presuppositions and our given bias towards that good life. And in other words, when we engage within an ethical institution, we should, by and large, be able to rely upon reason itself rather than the caprice of any given individual. Otherwise, we are asserting a claim of what is good, of what is bad, and what is of value. And this is necessary to gain any knowledge in relation to what is to lead a good life. And that, by definition, is of value to those individuals who desire the good life, because the knowledge of how to achieve the good life is the means of achieving the good life, and by desiring the good life, you desire the means of achieving the good life. I would say that you have no choice over this. What I would say that the rejection of animals as individuals does is it's a rejection of an evaluation of the world through a master-slave relationship, which asserts a given claim to be valid regardless of its metaphysical grounding, and tries to assert that value is only present in A, B, and C when it's actually present in X, Y, and Z also. In other words, it's like a religious person, using aspects of science in relation to creation to argue for a creationist view of the universe, whilst then rejecting all of the other arguments which don't fit the bill. It's a form of inductive reasoning used to justify a conclusion, and therefore the conclusion cannot be said to be sound or justified. And that would be why I would say you cannot remove animals from the consideration of ethical discourse, because metaphysically it would be an understanding of value as existent in multiple places, but only considering the value in a certain place in order to justify a presupposition of value which you already contain. In other words, you are just asserting a notion of right rather than actually investigating it, and so you will never actually gain any knowledge in relation to what is right. One more time with crayon drawings, please. Hiya, Shadow, how you doing? I've just taken apart what seems to be a natural law theorist and objectivist. At least I hope I have. A natural law theorist and objectivist who argues that functional concepts, that the word good can be of a non-moral reason, but is of a moral reason engaged in ethical community. I would argue that his position ultimately leads to the justification of a justified rejection of like other races and a tribalist morality, which is just ad hoc. Absolutely absurd, but should check it out. I think you'd have problems with it as well. I mean, even obviously you'd probably just call it all into question, just like, oh man, there's no moral goods. He's just asserting that, which is, I think, actually what he's doing. He's trying to assert that there is a moral good without any given foundation of that. He approaches functional concepts as the understanding of good, but then misunderstands that the metaphysical grounding of function. So it's terrible. Me and Shadow have had many debates. Shadow is metaethically descriptivist. So disgusting. Filthy. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. If anyone has any questions, remember that you can drop them into chat, and you can also donate to get your question bumped up on the list. Yeah, this should, that's the multi-stream chat. So like if you're on Twitch or whether on YouTube, you can drop your questions in chat and I will see them, so don't worry. High perspective philosophy. What are the worst arguments that vegans used? Empathy. Anything to do with feelings, right? I don't give a shit about feelings. No offense. Like, look, I don't care about feelings. I don't think feelings justify anything. I don't think acting upon feelings justifies anything. It's not an argument. Your feelings don't matter. This is philosophy. Make an argument or go home. If you start saying that, oh, well, we should value animals because of empathy, well, that should claim is just going to get Hume's guillotined, right? Like, there's no reason to consider your empathy and over somebody else's empathy, somebody who does not empathize with animals. And it's no reason to say that their empathy is wrong and your empathy is right, because empathy being the source of value in this scenario, you would need a meta form of empathy in some sort of like divine objective empathy to differentiate the empathetic positions of individuals as being good or bad. Well, like, I empathize with animals. I don't empathize with animals. Okay, well, what does meta-empathy say? Meta-empathy says, I empathize with the empathy that empathizes with animals. Like, it's just, like, absolutely ridiculous. Like, the worst arguments for ethics rely upon empathy. Yeah. I used to think that empathy was of value. And then I realized that empathy is just not of value. It's just the only reason I would think empathy is of value is because of its instrumentalist value, in which it gives us information to the experiences of another individual towards ethical discourse, and because we feel a value response in relation to empathy. But you empathizing with a mobile phone, for example, the researchers at Oxford University and other Russell groups attempting to inspire empathy with a mobile phone to prevent it being thrown away. The value of that, the value of the phone is not determined by your empathy. Okay. Empathy just is not a consideration in terms of ethical discourse. I think that me and PP both agree that subjective prescriptivism is just silly. Grounding ethics in subjective propositions is weirder than objective ethics, in my opinion. Absolutely, Shadow. We agree that like all the subjectivists, like Stevenson and Blackburn, are really just making a lot of metaphysical jumps. What we disagree on is whether we can found ethics. So Shadow argues for a purely descriptive case in which he just talks about what he values in relation to maybe some sort of Humean motivation, in which case he argues for a determinist notion of a determinist position of free will. So in reality, all he's doing is describing the processes that are leading him towards an action. Whilst what I would say is that we are free, and when we are in relation to acting, we create rules and codes of conduct in order to achieve that which is good. And in order to do that, we refer to a metaphysical grounding in relation to the functional concept of sentience. So yeah. Would you argue that being racist or sexist is immoral if you don't act on those feelings and you recognize that you have them? Well, it depends on what you mean by a feeling. I mean, if it's a feeling, let's say you have a feeling that it's that you don't like, I don't know, let's say there's someone who just does not like white people. Like, they have the feeling inside of them, a disposition towards white people, but never act on it because they see that as unjustified. They're like, look, I would never hurt a white person because that would be wrong, or I would never treat someone unjustly because that would be wrong. Well, that's not immoral. I mean, I wouldn't even call that racism anymore. If anything, I would say that they are not racist precisely for the fact that they are rejecting their feelings as being an unjustified course of action in relation to the ethical consideration of others. So that would be, I wouldn't even consider those people sexist or racist anymore. They just have feelings that are, that they themselves reject. So yeah. What did you think of the response to Timothy Shao? Do you think I did a good enough job in taking his argument apart? I mean, I don't know if you've read it. I'll probably do like I might do a more like city down video for it at some point. But he also did, which I could read out if you want. We could talk about it. He did another paper entitled "Why Homosexual Sex is Immoral." And we could go through that one. Who is it that's defending meat eating? Can we just point that out? Like, people who are defending that homosexual sex is immoral, that you should spank your kids, that you should that guns are okay but marijuana isn't, and that gay members of faculty shouldn't be allowed to work in universities. These are the people. These are the same people. Well, this is the same person anyway. I can't say the whole group. I think that'd be wrong to generalize. I don't think all non-vegans are like that, obviously, and even non-vegan arguers. But it's terrible. One second, actually. Where's your above question? My above question is because I'm vegan also struggle the argument around us just leaving animals alone for everything and not using them for anything. But why? Like, why would we be justified in using an animal as a means to an end when it's an end in itself? That would be my question to you. On what basis do you include something to be in a moral sphere? I think I just said it there. It has to be an end in of itself. So it's an end in itself if it contains within its nature a conscious evaluation of a process, a function, which can be judged as either good or bad. So it judges in relation to its function actively something to be good or bad. So if it manages to, achieve some sort of value response, and it, cannot help but experience that value response, then it is of ethical consideration. Have you seen Cosmic Skeptic's video on giving charity and demanding objection? I haven't. Thank you very much, Wicked Fatigue. Wow, this guy has some pretty controversial takes. I cannot agree more. Like, the guy is to be entirely honest with you, I'm surprised that the faculty are even letting him write this sort of stuff while, remain as a member of the faculty. That's some really controversial stuff. I know that controversy should be allowed, but trying to justify that homosexual members of the faculty should not be allowed to work in the workplace, I don't care how well they're philosophically positioning their arguments. It seems it's definitely going to cause some contention between, potential homosexual faculty members, is it not? Have you seen Cosmic Skeptic's video on giving... and thank you again very, very much, Wicked Fatigue, for your donation. It's really appreciated. Have you seen Cosmic Skeptic's video on giving to charity and demanding objection? I don't, and the demanding objection. I don't think he gives a good account for this objection. Can you give a better one? Maybe I'll have a look. I'll have to watch it. I think I've seen it, but I think I have to rewatch it to give the argument like some justice. Why ought we care about other animals suffering if it doesn't affect us? I would say that that ethical consideration is from a universal to an individual, and then back to a universal. It's hermeneutic in nature, that understanding what is of value to you is only possible when you understand what is valuable in the first place. A good example even is in your association with other humans and understanding the experiences of other humans to be of value in relation to your experiences, so that they can, in any way, validate or falsify your premises in relation to your own happiness. So if you're a smoker and someone who smoked their entire life says to you, look, it's not worth it, this causes an excruciating amount of pain due to the cancer, it's not worth the risk, then that's evidence on part in relation to your evaluation of your desire. Now, what I would say is that when we are evaluating our desires and trying to act in a way that best achieves the good life, to mediate between our desires in a second order way, then we are forced to engage with one another in a way that is unbiased and metaphysically universal. And so when I try to understand what is of value to me, what is good for me, what is the best expression of desire, of my desire, I have to understand what's the best expression of desire. I have to understand what's the best expression of value. And otherwise, I'll just be asserting, or we would be asserting, a given claim. We would be unjustified to say that we are actually right, given that humans are of more value. Well, it's like, yeah, well, why have you said that humans are of more value? If your premise relies upon the fact that that claim is the case, then it can be demonstrably proven false if it is not the case. And so if I'm able to show that value itself exists in simplicity in animals, then your claim that if value exists only in humans, then this would be the correct course of ethic, then your claim is false, which is why this author, Timothy Shao, his claim is false, because he asserts that rationality is a value whilst he doesn't instantiate why. He asserts that the human genus is of value whilst not giving a grounding as to why. All of these claims are unjustifiable, and so what we seek is a justified reason for action. And we can only do so through objective means, through engagement in a universal which considers all the metaphysical grounding in relation to the evaluation of desire, which is good, bad, and right and wrong. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. This might be a bit of a basic question, but would you say that morality does not exist outside of a sentient, rational being/beings? I don't think you need rational, but outside of a sentient being, there is no such thing as the consideration of value, and that axiologically, value is a product of sentience, of evaluation in the world. Hey, perspective, could you say that when Destiny says that he wouldn't go vegan if he wasn't enforced, he's not maximizing that human flourishing because he promotes a diet that is causing climate change? Absolutely, but you could also say that in saying that he wouldn't go vegan unless he was enforced is actually perpetuating a norm in which individuals will only maximize the good if it's enforced, which either justifies the existence of a police state in which individuals must always be enforced to do the right thing, in which case we should morally enforce through law and convention the right thing, and would be a rejection of, let's say, something like personal autonomy and subjectivity. Or you could say that you could also say that he's promoting an understanding of ethics which does not consider the ramifications of an individual's action unless there is the use of force, in which case, so long as the law cannot act to retaliate against an indiscretion, then he's also perpetuating a norm which seeks to minimize human flourishing by justifying criminality. Yeah, that's probably what I would say. Am I vegan? I am vegan. Yes. Yeah. It's because I understand the arguments. Understanding the highest expression of desire doesn't make a requirement to consider the specific being's highest experience of desire. Well, you'd have to understand, you'd have to explain why a specific being's expression of desire is of value to that being in the first place, which is of an ethical statement which needs to be unbiased. Like, what you need to do is essentially enter ethical discourse and provide objective means for asserting an egoistical stance. Because if you assert something that is subjective in origin, so for example, I do, like, so if you assert something like I desire this, therefore it is good, then that is a presupposition which is ungrounded, and it requires, I would argue, a private language game. So instead, and this is even in terms of how we gain ego in the first place. Our understanding of self does not arise from the inside out, where we have an understanding of ourselves and then engage in a society. Instead, society gives us the capacity to understand ourselves and have self-awareness. It is only through the engagement of language that we are allowed to hover over our own existence and gain objectivity over ourselves, use concepts to divest ourselves, and gain a conception of identity. Identity does not exist in humans in the wild. You have no identity, only personality. And so if you want to have an understanding of identity, that is a socio-political phenomena, and that identity itself is in relation to an ethical construction which ultimately allows you to live a life which is directed towards a given end. And so that given end, if you understand it to be inherent within you, is only presupposed. You can't presuppose, let's say, that it's good for that we only consider our own experiences, because there's no evidence to say that. You have to engage in ethics and argue for egoism and show why egoism is true before you could say that. And I've seen no justification for that, because I would even say that egoism leads to altruism, because our own understandings of ego are dependent upon mutual understandings of self, and engagement in rational discourse in relation to common features of our value experience. In other words, our understanding of our own values and our understanding of any values requires a universal understanding of value before we can even make claims of our individualistic understanding of value. So yeah, I hope that explains it. One of my current thoughts of NTT. I think name the trait is just it's just a consistency test. And it has no real value in arguing for veganism. It can't show an individual is wrong in relation to having preferences which do not value animals. And all it does is show that if an individual does value animals, then they ought to value animals. Or that if an individual, yeah, pretty much. It basically attempts to allow the individual to describe themselves more effectively, or argues that they are basically not describing themselves adequately if they make a certain description of themselves, and that's about it. I remember you saying that it was hedonic or junkyism, which is what he wants human flourishing for as long as it takes to finish a steak. Well, this is the thing, yeah. Like, look, like a perpetuation of hedonism ultimately presupposes a notion of self-understanding and self-gratification, which is asserted without justification. Like, you can't say that you will actually live the good life if you consume these products. You need an argument to do so. And an argument requires engagement within ethical discourse, and ethical discourse requires something which is common, and something which is common of value. Well, the only thing that is common of value is our own subjectivity. And so we are forced to engage with the concept of subjectivity rather than a particular agent's concept of subjectivity, or a particular group of agents' concept of subjectivity. And so I would say that any objectivist ethic which relies upon, or any ethic which relies upon a systemic view, is dependent upon universals which are categorically force us to consider animals just as much as humans. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think that psychological egoism is defensible, or not at all. Yeah. I don't need to say I desire this, so it is good. I can say I desire this and it satisfies me. The good and bad as you are using it seems to be just a language game. Well, no, I would say that when you say I desire this, you've presupposed that you do desire it. What I would say is that your understanding of desire has been presupposed. What you are saying is that you have an action urging process and therefore you want it. That is you and I would also say that the conception of desire includes a given end from which the desire is acting towards. So if you say I desire this, what you are saying is that you're actually saying that this fulfills a given function, which is presupposed unless you can actually analyze that desire and say it does fulfill that given function. And what I would say is that what happens when you desire two conflict, when you have two conflicting desires. So you desire that and you also don't desire that. Well, which one do you satisfy? Unless you can appeal to something which can differentiate between your system of drives and work out which desire is valid in relation to desire itself and what your overall function is, then both desires are going to are equally as valid, and both positions are just as good as each other. In which case, it is either action is both good and not good at the same time, and that is essentially incoherent. So I don't think I'm the one using the language game, if I'm honest, Cloud Time. I'm not saying that you need an argument to experience satisfaction. I'm saying you need an argument to make a knowledge claim around satisfaction and what would actually be the way to live the good life. The whole point of ethics is to create a code of conduct in relation to how we should live, rather than saying like this is what's achievable. Like you misunderstand ethics if you take it to be a noun in relation to an experience of good. Like ethics isn't about finding out what is good in relation to like or creating some form of good. Ethics is about the discovery of what will lead to an experience of good in relation to the functions of agents. So what will be the good life in general? That is what ethics is about. It's not about instantiating a level of satisfaction through the discourse. That would be conflating the understanding of what is good with the experience of what is good. If you lean towards panpsychism, do you? I need to read more on it to be entirely honest with you. I definitely would agree with it. I just lean towards it. I'm an idealist, really, but panpsychism, it's not too bad. Do you lean towards it based off of qualia or something else? I just lean towards it because of I would say that I'm an objective idealist, so I would say all there is the thinking thing, and so panpsychism is quite similar, except I would say that the origin of the thinking thing is indeterminate and always will be indeterminate. Is the author an objectivist? If so, it really looks like he is taking his subjective perception in an attempt to ad hoc reason himself into philosophy that fits his intuitions. I completely agree, and I think that his articles may even show that, like in a colloquial sense. I'm saying this, not in a philosophical sense. It seems that all of these articles are very much fitting to a libertarian, Christian, right-wing American kind of position, very, very evangelical Protestant. It's okay to spank your children. It's not okay to smoke weed. It's okay to have guns. It's not okay to be homosexual. These are the positions he's attempting to defend. So I'll be very surprised if that's not what he's doing. And his reasoning itself seems to be inadequate to justify his own premise. And the fact that he's willing to modify his argument depending upon who he's arguing with, whether it's the vegetarian argument or the marginal cases argument, I believe shows that he's either bad faith or attempting, as you say, to ad hoc his intuitions in order to try and fit the bill of the arguments. I think I'm still speciesist, even though I do think that in most cases we should leave animals alone. Well, I mean, like, look, you're not a speciesist if you actively try not to harm animals. Like, if you value humans like in a emotional sense more than you value animals, well, that's just a taste preference. The difference in when it becomes moral is in relation to or ethical is in relation to how you choose to behave. Your taste sensations and towards animals and humans is of no consideration to whether you are treating them as a means to an end or an end in themselves. So yeah, I wouldn't consider you a speciesist if you are treating an animal as an end in itself. Joshua, thoughts on insects and veganism? Insects are of value. We shouldn't harm insects. The unfortunate reality is that in order to protect our subjectivity, sometimes we are forced into trespassing upon the subjectivity of another. I would say that case in point, justified wars. I would say that a war could be justified in self-defense. That if, let's say, I don't know, Germany was to start up again and, revert back to Nazism and try to invade Britain, that we would be justified in protecting the subjectivity of the individuals who exist in Britain from the act of ethical mistreatment of the Nazis in relation to the people of Britain. It's the same thing with ants in your kitchen or like termites or whatever it is that are, preventing you from living an adequate life. You are obligated to yourself just as much as you are obligated to them, and you have an obligation to protect yourself from an aggressor. And it's the same thing with whether it's an animal, a human, or I don't know, an alien or something. Bad robots. Cloud of Time. Well, clarify. Tell us where I'm not following. Vorshbad, I never know what my pan thinks. Why are oranges called oranges? I thought the color. Wait a minute, actually, one of them come first. Where is it? Isn't it like? Is it the color? Actually, before I Google it, I have a feeling that they're named after the color. I think, yeah. Surely, and that the color is certainly not named after them. Why are oranges? These are the real questions. Called oranges. It was named for its color. Okay, cool. I thought so. Because it looks orange. Please, this is a very important question. They have my kids. If you got to know, that rape was objectively good, would you do it or would you follow your intuition? Rape could not be objectively good. That is an oxymoron and requires some level of divine command theory, in order in which like a god or something would instantiate rape as being objectively good. Rape is by definition objectively bad because it denies the subjectivity and the function of agents. So rape is never a good. At best, you could say that if someone was to coerce you into rape, then it was a necessary evil to prevent a worse evil. So let's say like child soldiers who have a gun put to their head and are told to murder their parents. It is not that they are doing a good thing when they are murdering their parents. It is that they are doing something wrong, but that they are doing it on grounds that are to prevent, a worse scenario, like the massacring of everyone or something like that. So yeah. Joshua Hell says, can I play on grassland that I might hurt insects? I think the same argument applies. I think the same argument applies for like driving a car. You might run over a kid or, another individual. There are risks which need to be discerned in relation to a risk-reward ratio and whether individuals are capable of expressing their subjectivity in a way which is, justified. If you could avoid playing on the grass in terms of like playing on, find levels of satisfaction which would make your life worth living, but like by not playing on the grass, then absolutely. I think that I would argue that, yeah, you probably should avoid causing unnecessary suffering to animals in any way you can, and that the expression of subjectivity itself requires this. So if you're presupposing like your own value above the value of an insect, like don't go and like dance on on like an anthill. That being said, if there is reason to believe that there's no insects around, or you're not really gonna like step on any insects, and you can't see any insects, it's kind of reasonable that you won't harm them. Then then I would say that you're probably justified in doing so, because it's a moral hazard, but it's whether that moral hazard outweighs the benefit that a subjective agent has in expressing their subjectivity. And so I would say that you probably can play on the grass, so long as you do so in a way that rationally respects the potential harm in relation to other agents, just as much as you can rationally drive a car. When is the second round with the phenomenological Thomist? I would love to have a second round with the phenomenological Thomist. I would really like that. I would really like that. I need to get in touch with them, because we're talking via email, and then I've lost that email address, so I'm gonna have to get in touch with them with my new email address. No, why homosexual sex is immoral? My God. Should I call out that guy for a debate? Do you think that would be an interesting debate? Let's see if I can get in touch with Timothy Shao. No. Remember, if you have a question, you can drop it into the chat, and I will do my best to get to it. And if you want your question prioritized, and if you want to support the channel, then please follow the donation link, the Streamlabs donation link, and I will answer your question first, and it will go a long way to help and support the channel. So yeah, thank you very much. Would all animals have equivalent moral value to a human? You could save the life of one human or save 2 chickens. If animals have less value than a human but still have value, is there some type of utilitarian calculus to decide? I would argue that all sentient beings have the exact same value, that their value equates to 1 in relation to the being itself. Regan makes a really good argument for this in relation to moral patience. I would then go and say that because of the expression of what is right is in relation to duty and obligation, that we have greater obligations and duties towards certain individuals more than others. So for example, I have a greater obligation to my family than strangers I meet on the street. That doesn't mean that I'm justified in harming strangers on the street, but it does mean that I would be justified in saving the life of my family before saving the life of strangers. In relation to our moral obligations, in terms of broader overall communities, to the simpliciter, all the way out until we consider all sentient beings, it's dependent upon our ethical institutions. And I would say that what cannot be denied is that we should not trespass, if avoidable, on anyone's subjectivity, and that should be a matter of law. And then in terms of perpetuating goods, we should consider the greatest expression of duty first, and that would be the greatest expression of, consequentially, if universalized, would bring around the best situation. So in other words, I would say I have a greater duty to my mom than let's say 2 chickens, and I'd have a greater duty to my 2 chickens, for example, if they were pets necessarily, perhaps, than a random stranger on the street. I would save my dog from a house fire, for example, than somebody else's dog, but I'd probably also save my dog from a house fire before I'd also save a random human, because of my responsibility to my pet and my responsibility as engaged in this these ethical institutions. Well, Cloud of Time, if you want to discuss live, you can come on the show. I'll have a conversation with you. We'll have a debate. What do I think of neopronouns? Oh my god, what the hell's a neopronoun? Where we're going? or any set of singular third-person pronouns. All right, okay. That are not officially recognized in the language they are used in, typically created with the intent of being a gender-neutral pronoun set. Right. Okay, wait a minute. Where we're going? Where we're going? Thon. Thon went to the store. I met Thon today. Thon walked the dog today. Wait, what? Oh, right. Okay, so it's like... All right, wait a minute. Like, I get yo. Regional, like, yo. Yo. Check yourself. Okay, yeah, but they're fine. But they're like the same as like they. Really, aren't they? I have no problem with it necessarily.
Anon donated £5. Do you think that vegans have a moral obligation to also try and convince friends and family, or do you think just identifying can be enough?
Thank you for your donation, Anon. I think that it's complex in relation to applied normative theory. So I would say that vegans have an obligation to perpetuate the greatest overall reduction in suffering towards sentient beings. And so, in the words of that vegan couple, being vegan is the least we can do, not the most we can do. But whether you're going to convince other individuals by being an advocate or not depends on the form of advocacy you're involved in. It depends upon the area you're involved in. If you become excommunicated because of your advocacy, then it's not going to be of value. Sometimes a more passive approach and simply just identifying can be more effective. But I would say that we have an obligation to try and convince our friends and family, whether that's passively or whether that's actively, in terms of changing the normative environment, or whether in terms of prescriptively demanding or prescriptively attempting to modify the normative environment. So yeah. On the matter of, and thank you for your donation, Anon, it's really appreciated. On the matter of neopronouns, they're just third person pronouns. I have no real issue with it, like they and them. However, some people deviate from this convention. Why can't we just use they and them? I mean, like, you can deviate. I mean, if people want to, that's fair enough. Like, I don't really care. I'm not, as long, you can't force someone to do it because it's just an objective language. And at the end of the day, I would say that gender is a social, like, performative construction, that an individual can't choose whether they are identifying with a certain gender or not. They are identifiable, and that identity requires you to be identifiable with a certain gender. They can say that they are transitioning to a certain gender, in which case, and this, by the way, is like the standard, like feminist kind of transgender position, in which case the individual is themselves transitioning to, a he, him, or she, her pronoun. They would then use they, them as a matter of consideration, or as a matter of being non-binary, as in being disposed between gender constructions. But then trying to perpetuate normative systems in which individuals are considered morally wrong for not engaged in a set of pronouns which they themselves are trying to perpetuate, then that's just essentially a form of moral authority, and I would reject that. I would say that that is unjustified unless they can instantiate a reason for why individuals would be wrong for calling them, for example, they, them, or calling them, she, her, if they look like a girl, or he, him, if they look like a boy, if they, associate with masculine or feminine norms, then I don't see an issue there. And in fact, I would say that the whole concept of gender in the first place relies upon the identifiability of an individual as having a certain performance of action. So yeah. I don't think there's anything controversial about that either. I still don't see how the understanding of the highest expression of desire of a specific being creates an obligation to ensure the highest expression potential in that being. Maybe it's on me. I don't see how understanding the highest expression of desire of a specific being creates an obligation to ensure the highest expression. Well, I would say that one, like, understanding it to be of a particular being would be an assertion in the first place. That when we are moved towards value, and what we are experiencing, what we are attempting to understand is value, and that the first person position is in and of itself an ethical construction in relation to an individuated. I mean, individualism is a pretty new concept in terms of psychological development and community development. Anyway, it's only been around for a few hundred years. Prior to this, we had family understandings of individuals. Like, I am a member of this clan, and it's not even like an I. It's like it would be like name of clan, and that would be the identity, rather than going I first person. And this first person perpetuation is instead a way to differentiate individuals and their responsibility for their own actions, rather than like communal responsibility for action. And so, like, assuming a first person position in the first place is already ad hoc and already shows like a potentially a very contemporary a justification for contemporary and status quo ethics, to be entirely honest with you, which I would say is by and large hedonistic in origin, and even materialistic, not materialistic, egoistic in origin. So, like, for example, the movement away to the movement away from the church, and the movement towards individual moral reasoning in relation to the Enlightenment was the perpetuation of individualism. And so understanding whether our norms and conventions in terms of ethics should be seen through an individualist light does not explain whether in an individualist psychology, or whether an individualist position in terms of understanding those norms or conventions is a justified lens from actually gaining truth value in relation to living the good life. I hope that explains that better, Cloud of Time. Why don't you sell all your possessions and go live in the forest in order to reduce your contribution to climate change, or not? Well, I would say that an individual wouldn't necessarily be better off doing that. Like, okay, so we stop climate change, but then ultimately, why we're trying to stop climate change? To make sure that, individuals can live better lives. And if I sell all my possessions, then I'm not going to be able to advocate for veganism, which is by and large the best way to promote a more sustainable living venture. Also, the consideration of an individual's livelihood and quality of living isn't of an ethical concern. And I would say that I'm not trying to reduce the quality of living of individuals. I'm trying to promote it. In other words, I'm trying to ensure that we can have a high quality of living for as many sentient beings as possible, whilst removing as much harm for sentient beings as possible. So selling all your possessions might not be beneficial towards that. PP, what are your thoughts on art? I think that art is a creative practice, which includes genius, I would probably say. And by genius, I mean active participation in order to produce something which can be appreciated by many, by someone, well, they'll just be appreciated by many. I think that a child can be engaged in art, and I think that, but that does not necessarily make them an artist, I think that art itself is a aesthetic ideal perpetuated from our evaluations, our first order evaluations, and has only got referential value or acquired value in relation to those individuals who perceive it. So a painting is only valuable in relation to its in relation to the value that is felt within the agent. The painting itself is not valuable, and so there is no objective aesthetical standard for what is beautiful or not, but rather perhaps a universifiable standard in relation to what we consider commonly beautiful, what is most likely going to inspire a positive response within the psychology of the agents who view it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna call him out for it a bit. Yeah, I know that he has his YouTube. I need to message him back. We were on good terms, so I don't see why he wouldn't be game. He was game before. Yeah, I'll do a chat with a random viewer. Actually, Josh, when are we doing that chat? Speaking of which, PP, I want to order through your store link, but I'm not in the UK. Base would need an alternative link or no? Yes, maybe. I'm not sure. If you can't, just like essentially follow the link. Go to the page, get the titles, convert to America, and then just buy it. And then if I don't get paid, I don't get paid. I'll sort it out later. But thank you for considering supporting the channel. I appreciate it, man. I would love to come on and have a discussion. When would be a good time? Well, I've got to talk to Josh, and I've got to talk to I don't know when we're talking, Josh. I've got a discussion with Vegan Gains on the weekend, debating socialism. I'll tell you when that is. He hasn't gotten back actually, so I don't know when I'm debating Vegan Gains. So the socialism. So the weekends are no. Cloud of Time. So not today or tomorrow. Hopefully he gets back. And we'll talk either today or tomorrow. And then, so, later next week, because I think I've already arranged some discussions with people. I've got so many people inboxing us at the minute and stuff, asking for a discussion that I'm trying to work out where I am. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go for a quick intermission. I imagine it's almost a sad experience for me to come back and you have to pause the most beautiful piano music ever. Okay, now I don't know where the hell I was in the chat, but I'm going to find where I was in the chat. I will talk to you right now if you're like, yeah, Josh, just jump on. Just jump on. I said I'd talk to Josh about a vegan argument. I do believe it is. Anti-vegan argument, rather. Upon... What was that? Where'd it go? Upon your beautiful explanation of the Lacan, I've decided to give him another go. I'm still thunderstruck at how you got Hegelian interpretation out of phallus this and phallus that. Well, yeah, but it's like a Hegelian Freud, isn't he? He's not going to lose the phallus stuff. And I am PP after all. I am Lacan. I am both the combination of phallic references with Hegel. So that is why I must always respect my boy, Lacan. Lacan. Thank you very much for your donation, Isaac Cole.
Isaac Cole donated £5. Love your content. I'm vegan too and am interested in bioethics. I've too had my own criticisms of Schaus paper. Would love for you to join my Discord where we discuss politics and philosophy. I'm in your server already, BTW.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I can click that link, but if you want, if you're already in my server, just send us the link on Discord and I'll join your server. Absolutely. Yeah, we can absolutely have a discussion on it. 100%. And thank you again for the donation, Isaac. Isaac Cole. Really appreciate it. Wednesday or Thursday works for me. I don't think I can do Thursday. I'm sure I've booked someone in for Thursday. Trying to work out when I need to put these in my calendar really. Yeah, I think Wednesday should be fine. What time zone are you in, Cloud? Well, you're here now, so if you could do around the same sort of morning time, that'd be cool. If I live a long and happy life as a non-vegan and then I die, what use do your ethics have? What if a night before I die I become vegan whilst I never got to act like one? Well, it's not about like some sort of supernatural reward. It's about living the good life. It's about living a life that would be, by and large, be argued to be worth living, to be purposeful, to have meaning to it. I would say what it would give you is a chance to recollect upon your life as having value and having expressed value to the greatest degree and go, you know what? I did what I could. And that is incredibly beneficial. It helps you avoid existential crisis. It helps you actually experience values without actually ad hocing them being valuable, like hedonistic experiences as being valuable with just because they're pleasurable or something. It allows you to live a life that is worth living. In the words of Socrates, the unexamined life is not worth living. But I think it'd be better off saying as well, the examined life is more likely to be worth living. It's the examined life is more meaningful and purposeful. So yeah. And so at the end of your life, going vegan will have helped you avoid the meaningless death from which Hegel warns us. Well, Charlie is not abused by being vegan. He's actually quite a healthy, happy little poochie, aren't you? Aren't you? Come here, poochie. You want to have a cuddle? You want to come with dad? You want to come with dad? You always get so cozy. You want to come here? Come here. Come on. Come on. Not want to be on camera? Come on. No, you're just happy being there, aren't you? That's a good boy. Come on. No, alright. I'm not going to force him. Dogs are bred from wolves. Did you also know that humans came from a species of a small mammal that was about this big? I don't see your point. What are your thoughts on the social accessibility of becoming vegan? I think that veganism is incredibly socially accessible, bar survival situations, really. But yeah, and veganism is not necessarily about social accessibility. It's about having the active engagement towards doing what is possible and practicable in order to reduce animal exploitation. And so if you're in a position that prevents you from being able to socially access like food that is vegan or food in general or whatever it is, let's say you're homeless, for example, and you're incredibly poor and you're dependent upon food handouts like food banks or food parcels, then you're still vegan if you are doing all you can to reduce animal suffering. And I think that's a vitally important thing that individuals need to remember. And part of my response to Mexi will be on that, Mexi, veganism is too complexy, kind of the view of things. Oh, did you call us? Oh, dear Lord. Sorry, Josh. I didn't realize Discord's on streamer mode. That's why I didn't get it. All right, so I'm going to talk to Josh now. Hello, Josh. Hello.
Oh, hey.
Oh, yeah, man.
Um,
One second. Let's just make sure you're coming through. Speak there.
okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to pause your YouTube stream because that one's a bit delayed.
Yeah, yeah. There's obviously ping and everything. Like it is a bit delayed as it comes through. So how you doing, man?
Okay, good. Can I turn on my camera? Will the audience be able to see me if I turn on my camera here?
I can sort that out. 1 second. Uh, 1 second.
Yeah, it's all good.
Uh, the hell's Discord, man? I can't actually find it on the list. I don't know why. I can do I can capture the stream capturing itself and go into some sort of paradox, but I can't seem to find you. Uh,
Well, that's interesting. Do you know how to solve it? If you call me or something, or I don't know.
well, actually, I
I'm
think
not
it's
very
part
tech
of I think
savvy.
it's part of Streamlabs, so I have no idea why it's not. Um, mhm. It would be window capture. Uh, there we go. There we go. There you are.
Here we go.
All right. Just hide that. We'll shrink you down. Um, hell, actually, let's just add you in here. We'll make it easier, won't we?
Okay.
Oh my god, I am like the least tech
I do
savvy
not.
person for some reason. I used to be better. I swear to God. At least I'm gonna tell
Yeah, I don't
myself
see
that.
you for some reason.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna see me. You can probably see us on stream. Um,
Okay. Okay.
right. So there we go.
Um, yeah, so yeah, how's it going? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good, man. Pretty good. How's it going for you?
It's going good. I'm consider myself vegan, or at least but with this anti-vegan argument, I'm not sure if I'm able to call myself vegan, even if I like really want to.
Right.
So I've been doing like a lot of like trying to convince people to stop eating animal products and stuff like that. Um, and the classic arguments of like, can you really be against discrimination if you choose arbitrary discrimination against animals? Like, can you really be for equality
Yeah.
if you,
Okay.
don't support equality? Um, and there's also, a lot of other consistency errors with like eating meat. But unfortunately, I wonder if I can send you a link that kind of puts it more articulately than I probably can.
Yeah, yeah, go for it, man.
Um, okay, it's just a Reddit link. Um, I hope that'll show up on stream as well.
Do do do. 1 second then. Let's just. Okay, copy link. 1 second then. Damn. Um. Okay. Um,
Okay.
right. Such a bloody faff. I need to get this sorted so I don't have to do this anymore. Right. So I should
Yeah.
me down too. So this is what we're looking at. So the inconsistency between iPhones and meat. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can just like talk through it. But basically, there's a really hard line at not causing pain and suffering to animals when it comes to buying animal products. But I guess why draw the line at animal products when there's so many things that we do that it's obviously not vegan to harm humans, because that's sort of the foundation of veganism. Um, Whenever we buy unnecessary things in general, and it could be anything unnecessary like iPhones or candy, it causes harm. And if we also know, like if we buy fruit and we know that the laborers are being exploited in the third world, or we know if we buy an iPhone and we know that it's from child labor, but we buy that anyway, is that, moral? Or is there a difference between doing that and buying an animal product? I guess is the first question that I would pose to you.
Well, I would say that in relation to buying unnecessary goods, I think that ethical consumerism implies a universal understanding of ethical consumerism where we try to mitigate harm caused. I think that the whole point of the market economy is to allow individuals to live a certain standard of life. And if we agree that there is a certain standard of life which is necessitated as being a quality of life which is worth living, then there are certain unnecessary products that, well, there are certain products which may appear to be unnecessary in terms of what we require to survive, but not what's required to live a standard of life which is considered worth living. I would say that ultimately, the perpetuation of an ethical consideration of everyone is, by and large, like something that we should perpetuate. I would say that buying unnecessary items, it's probably bad to buy unnecessary items in general, both for yourself and in relation to others. The extent to how much you're rejecting another individual's subjectivity varies. I would say that the rejection of an animal's subjectivity when you buy meat, dairy, and eggs is the active perpetuation always of their suffering and death, whilst buying, let's say, I don't know, a packet of biscuits or something that are vegan may perpetuate some form of worker exploitation, but only in so much, and it's only, and it may be immoral that you are perpetuating that if we consider that there is that you are rejecting the value of the individuals who are existing in those industries to gain some level of satisfaction. I think the argument really for that would be like you should genuinely try and ethically not consume these products, but also the difference would be in relation to ethical consumerism and your ability to boycott certain industries and actually have ramifications of whether the workers would be exploited. So worker exploitation, I would say, is a product of capitalism, not necessarily the product of any particular market within capitalism. And so the dispatch of any market, whether it be fast fashion, whether it be chocolate exploitation, whether it be the cobalt mining in the Congo, isn't going to solve worker exploitation. It's only going to solve one single instance of worker exploitation, which is why I would advocate for socialism.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have issues with both of those objections. So the first thing is when it comes to living a life worth living and expressing your individual subjectivity. I would say that, you drew that line of like what necessitates something that's worth buying or not. So I guess, if we tried to define need, we would kind of get reduced down to selling all of our possessions and not buying anything and trying to become self-sustainable as much as possible and possibly living in a hut in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you try to say, well, that's not a life worth living.
Well, I'm not
Well,
necessarily. I mean, you could like say that it's actually worth a life that's better. I mean, like you could take the minimalist position and just say like, look, like That's why I said like the unnecessary purchase of products very well could be of moral disdain, even if we don't consider others, even if we just consider ourselves. Um, in which case, I would agree that we should avoid these products, and I think the minimalist position does well to argue for that. And I think that Socrates said it best. I think when he said, "He who is happiest is content with the least."
Mhm. Yeah, I would. I do want to explore the like um, the self when buying products, but before that, I want to like explore the consequences it has on others
Mhm.
and see if we would ever be able to live an ethically consistent life without basically living in a hut in the woods. And I don't think that because if you do that, if you do draw that line of like um, living a life worth living, then that line is not going to be contextually the same per person, um, because we're all have different brain chemistries and we all react differently to different scenarios. In which case, if someone has some type of brain function that makes them suffer severely because they become so dependent on meat, then I think your position would actually have to reductio into advocating that a certain type of person is okay in eating meat, despite them not necessarily needing it for their livelihood.
Yeah, I see what you're
So
saying.
that's the
Like,
first,
I would say
yeah.
that there is in terms of like I think that we can have, let's say, something which is tragically is tragic in nature, and which you would be right for doing both things. So for example, if your subjectivity would be best expressed or which could not be expressed in terms of happiness in relation to living a certain quality of life, then you're probably right in saying that what this person would be destined to suffer. And I'll probably say that yeah, then they should choose their own suffering if it is ultimately beneficial and ultimately not as harmful to suffering simpliciter.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because in general, I tend to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I tend to value the thing that has the capacity to suffer more. So in most contexts, well, it would be hard to like quantify suffering. Um, but if somehow this person were to, I don't know, like kill something with the least amount of reduction of suffering, and they needed to because of that, just this hypothetical person that just needs to eat meat to express their own individual subjectivity. Um, if we could quantify that suffering, and their suffering would outweigh the the animals, say chickens, um, you would still advocate that the person should be selfless in their ethical actions, even if there'd be more suffering involved in that said scenario.
Well, I don't believe that their suffering would outweigh it. One, because as I said suffering simpliciter. I don't believe that an individual could psychologically suffer more than the suffer from giving up animal products than than the reduction in suffering in relation to animal products. I would also say that um, the only way that they would be able to understand their own suffering as having of a greater value would be essentially through a lens which would allow them to understand suffering in general. And so this is why I perpetuate a non-egoistical standard. Because if you take an egoistical standard, then you've already presumed what is going to be good and bad for you, and you've already asserted what is psychologically the limitations of an individual's right and wrong. Which is why I kind of backtracked and said, like, you know what, I think you're right. The reduction of suffering and the universality of one's obligations is of what is consideration. Which kind of gets us on to the next point. Like the ways in which our obligations are structured are a big problem. I would say that an individual who tries to work out what is good and bad based on their own caprice is usually going to be wrong and engaged in a rational pursuit which is ungrounded. So kind of like a Kantian ethic or something like that. When they try to work out what their duties are without relation to without a grounded institution from which to reference and make arguments with other agents. So I would say that duty and obligation can only exist between other individuals, which is why I think that veganism has only become a duty and an obligation in contemporary society, because contemporary society has acknowledged animals as having value, has acknowledged a welfarist standard in terms of the consideration of animals and the reduction of their suffering as being a prerequisite for their consumption, yet has not acknowledged that that prerequisite cannot be maintained whilst consuming the animal products. And so there is a confliction within the institution of consuming animal products in relation to suffering simpliciter that needs to be resolved. And I would argue the rational resolution of that is a vegan diet. In relation to, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I clearly see the contradiction you're pointing out, but I guess the problem I have is just, well, I know I'm going to be backtracking a little bit, but it seems that these rationalizations of the people that they come to would be contextual, which is hard to say that, you know, eating meat would be wrong for everyone. I know it's going to be hard for me to conjure up a hypothetical, but could you come up with a more like clear way of saying like what our ethical duties are as a person?
Yeah, I would say that we're,
And
sorry.
like yeah, well, yeah, let me finish. Like ethical duties as a person, as like how are we justified in buying an iPhone, for example, and if we're ever justified in buying an iPhone, and what products are we justified in buying in, especially if we accept that no matter which type of product we buy, whether it's from wood or an iPhone or an animal product, consequentially they all result in the same thing. They can result in exploitation of humans and animals, and as well as death.
I agree. I would probably say that we are not justified in purchasing an iPhone. I would say I would recommend secondhand. And that there are ethical phone companies out there. They're not too great. I think that all you can do is art implies can. I would say that like a phone is almost a necessity for engagement in modern life. For self-sustenance these days, in order to work and engage with family life and so on. And so you are kind of obligated for like self-safety to have a phone. You're obligated in relation to family matters to have a phone, and these are the issues that I think perpetuate the use of a phone. But then, when purchasing a phone, you should attempt to reduce suffering into the greatest overall degree. So, for example, there's no reason why you have to buy the newest iPhone, and there's no reason why you have to throw away your old iPhone just because the new one came out. I would say that the reality is that we should be buying second hand, and at the same time, respecting the normative sphere of ethics, or an applied sphere of ethics in relation to our obligations to ourselves and others. I would say that we are overall obligated to maintain a certain standard of life that exists between us. I would say that, but then overall, I would say that we are also obligated in reducing suffering as much as possible in relation to that standard of life.
Okay. There's two big problems here. The first is defining need, and then the second is, and I don't want to forget these things, so let me write them down real quick. And the contention between a standard of living and the reduction of suffering. Like, how far should we take the standard of living? How far should we take that down in order to
You mean like should we do the
make
Peter
wealth
Singer,
go up?
the Peter Singer utilitarian position in which we give up everything until we enter a state of equity, pretty much nearly, with the people that we are trying to help, in order to try and build them out of the poverty. And I think that almost presupposes almost a liberalist position, doesn't it? Where we just like redistribute wealth to the greatest overall degree possible. And what I would say is that there are I think more than anything, in relation to our obligations with others, I would say that it's about the greatest overall expression of subjectivity of the individual simpliciter. So, in other words, if everyone's individual expression of subjectivity would be lowered in general, like universally, then it is not the moral action. So, if everyone So if overall everyone is less free from the actions which we are universalizing, it is not the right action. It is the wrong action. If
Okay. Yeah, copy there. So, okay, so can you, okay, so expressing can you explain the simpliciter thing? I don't think I'm catching on there.
so like simpliciter is just like everyone, like universal.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Um, so we shouldn't, so like whenever it comes to this contention of like the equilibrium, like the Peter Singer, sell of your items and until we're all like in the, you know, the same essentially. Um, but we shouldn't do things that restrict our freedoms is what I'm gathering from you.
we shouldn't do things that restrict freedom itself. Not our freedoms as in like an individual's freedoms, but like freedom itself. So if the overall expression of freedom goes down, I would say then that is not the moral outcome. So for example, I would say slavery always increases the expression of freedom because it is actively dismissing the freedom of a class. And then we have a variety of different expressions of freedom. So the total negation of an individual's subjectivity being the absolute dissolution of that individual's subjectivity, if universalized, would be this is like kind of like the Kantianness of Hegel. The
Yeah.
issue, like if universalized, would lead to a greater overall dissolution of freedom. So like if we've enslaved a class of individuals, we would ultimately reduce freedom. If we justified slavery of a given individual, or we justified slavery, we are overall reducing freedom. There are certain concepts which overall reduce freedom simpliciter, which we should reject. And these are grounded within our ethical institutions. The issue is our ethical institutions are usually only capable of giving us our duties that have already been produced, right? Like the ethics of our society, which is, tainted by power structures. So, for example, everyone owns an iPhone and they think it's okay to own an iPhone because Apple says it's okay and the marketing campaign is incredibly successful. And these are the issues that you'll kind of run into. What I would say is that we need rational institutionalization, and so anything irrational within our institutions needs to be evaluated and changed. And I think that includes like unnecessary consumptive habits. I think that,
Okay.
and I think that, to be entirely honest with you, if we started realizing how much we are going to have to, if to limit our consumerist expressions to be moral, I think that would engage a lot more people into becoming socialist in the first place. I think people would be far more willing to become socialist in order to prevent the exploitation in the production of the products so that they could own the products ethically. And that's kind of the point. And that's what I would say. So it's like,
Yeah.
it's not that I'm saying owning an iPhone is bad. It's owning an iPhone because worker exploitation is bad. So it's not about removing the iPhone. It's about tackling the worker exploitation. But, and it's whether,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that definitely highlights the difference between iPhone and meat because some things for the most part necessitate a harm.
yeah.
Like if I necessitate this like yeah, that I'm completely on board with you, but towards the beginning of what you said, you were basically using like a Kantian thought of if we apply the maximum of our action, does it and universalize it, does it restrict our freedom? And I kind of want to just I haven't this is a new concept to me that you're throwing at me, so I just want to like stay there and explore it to see if it's consistent.
Don't worry. I think
Um,
it's interesting to me as well because I think that when we do look at how we behave in society, I do think that we are pretty much. I think our society is full of semi-narcissistic junkies, and I think everyone is taught a level of consumption is justified without actually having questioned whether it is justified. And I think our ethical institutions are in vital need of reevaluation. And I think that arguments such as this, like, are you okay buying an iPhone? The reality is that people don't want to engage with them, but the reality is it probably isn't okay buying all these. Like, I mean, if we look at the consequences, especially, it's vitally clear. But even in our responsibilities to one another, it doesn't seem to align with our ethical rationality.
Yeah. Well, iPhone is just an example, right?
Yeah.
This is why I want to take your argument and see how it applies to different scenarios here.
Okay.
Um, like I'm gonna like start and then it's gonna go and then it's probably gonna lead to, a house in the woods. But um I guess the first thing would be like how fruit most of the time is the result of exploited labor
Hmm.
in third
Hmm.
world countries by the equator. Well, say I buy candy, empty calories, a lot of plastic pollution. If it has fruit juice in it, came from exploited human labor, um, and it costs energy and labor to make, which
Hmm.
is just a pure just waste of resources, and will probably end up causing more suffering
Yeah.
than it does
So it's
from a
wrong.
trivial taste. Yeah. Um, would you say that even if the vegan candy has, no animal products in it, that it's a vegan thing to buy? Or would you
Yeah.
say we could universalize this like is that argument of
So I'd say it's a
universal?
vegan thing to buy.
Yeah.
I think the whole point of the vegan position, um, don't get me wrong, I do agree that the vegan position would demand, I think, societal change for one. Which is why I think that the rational end of veganism is to come to a socialist society. Um, but also, I would say that the vegan position would still acknowledge that there is a variety of different harms, and that the more cruel or the more exploitative action, the worse it is. Like the more it rejects freedom, the worse the harm is. And so, expecting people to be perfectly moral agents is a bit difficult. But expecting people to, not kill each other is a little bit more reasonable. Um, it's the same thing with buying meat versus buying vegan sweets. The amount of harm perpetuated by a vegan sweet versus the amount of harm perpetuated um, versus the amount of harm perpetuated by the animal product is to show that there is a difference in freedom and its expression. One is a greater trespass of subjectivity itself, and one is not. And one is more clearly a greater expression of freedom, a trespass of freedom, and one is not. Um, so it's like, yeah, buying sweets is wrong. Buying not like eating junk food is wrong. I think we can all agree that we'll have a responsibility to ourselves even, and that eating these products is wrong. Um, a lot of people like do it anyway, and I think that's probably in many ways the worst thing about eating sweets is probably the overall. Oh, yeah, I just had some of these. I just got these. My girlfriend's through on the yeah, like it is wrong. It is wrong. It's just not as wrong as killing someone.
Yeah, but yeah, they're definitely wrong for the same reasons, even though the severity of the wrongness is different.
Everything's wrong for the
Um,
same reason.
yeah, 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 actually, I've come to that really, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but so I want to take this now a step further from sweets. What if we shouldn't work out? Because, if we work out, we're gonna need
More
we're gonna
calories.
have to require more calories.
Yeah.
And when we require more calories, we're gonna need more plants to feed ourselves.
And we're also
And
going to
if we
more
have a
animal deaths.
if we have an uptake in plants, we're gonna have to have more agriculture, which is gonna kill more animals.
Yeah.
So the severity is pretty high here. So like, are we even ethically justified in working out? Is that a bullet you're willing to bite?
I would say that there's two positions to be made there, because I think that one, in terms of applied ethic, understanding the ideological environment in which an individual lives could allow an individual, if let's say that they don't work out, they become scrawny, and unappealing in terms of the masculine ideology of what time. Like, no, you're not unappealing, man. I'm sorry, and you're not scrawny. Please, I'm sorry. I feel like a bastard now. Like no, but you're not. Genuinely not. Um, no, but seriously, you're not. Um, I just feel bad now. I don't even know where I was going.
No, no,
Just,
you're fine. You're totally
um,
fine. Roll with it, dude.
All right, yeah. So let's say you become like unappealing, unmasculine against the beauty standard of today, and so you become less capable of advocating for veganism. And people go like, "Look, what that vegan diet is doing to you. You are a scrawny, emaciated person, you know." And so you're incapable of actually perpetuating a vegan norm. Then yeah, you're actively once again committing more harm by preventing other people from going vegan, right? You're
Oh.
misrepresenting it. And then I would also say that there is another aspect to it, which is in terms of personal welfare. I think that from what I've seen, it could be argued that at least some level of strength training is necessary for human health. Like the ability to do a squat, for example, at the age of 70 is correlated to one's longevity directly. But ultimately, yeah, like if we were to put this in like a vacuum and like, you know, it was purely like everyone was vegan and our farming methods would always harm animals, and so reject someone's subjectivity, um, like by actually killing someone. So every time, you know, every time we wanted to do some squats, someone was going to die. Yeah, then you probably shouldn't do squats, you know, like, but I think that would also call for a change in farming practices, which I advocate for as well. Like we should move to vertical farming, we should move towards hydroponics and so on to reduce crop deaths and, you know, remove this monocrop culture that we have today.
Yeah, I guess I was too focused on the individual change. You know, it's a trap I guess I fell into as a vegan. Is so focused, but it's also like we should find ways where we should be able to, you know, do squats and also not kill people. Like that would be really nice. I could
Yeah,
do squats without a guilty conscience, and that would be
yeah,
nice.
and that's the thing. That's the thing. And understanding, look, like this is what, and I would even say this is how ethics should work. Hegel talks about it being institutional for a reason, and then when we have individual, like when you have an individual like trying to work out what is right and wrong with their life, they're gonna just make fuck ups in their reasoning. And like I do it, everyone does it. We're not like, look, I mean, have you ever made an error in a maths problem? Like, you ever just done like one, like you've went to do like 25 times 64, and then you've came out at like a wrong number, and then even though it's a purely rational expression, it's an expression of your reasoning, your capacity to actually you know, perform a rational function. Yet you may fuck up that like to put it in politely, you may mess up that rational function because your reasoning isn't perfect. And this is what I would say. I'd say that individual moral reasoning, individual moral reasoning is the separation between morality and ethics for Kant, for Hegel. So morality is individualistic, whilst ethics is institutional, and it's like that for a reason. And so if we work out, let's say,
Mm.
the best response to the scenario institutionally is not change everyone's behavior, but instead change the distributionary practice, then we change the distributionary practice.
Should we value the institutionary practice over the change, or the change over like what comes first whenever considering what we ought to do?
Whatever is the greatest expression of freedom.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
if you want a great article actually on this, I'll see if I can grab it. Um, 1 second, and it'll explain the normative theory that exists in Hegel better than I am. I hope I'm doing an all right job. Um, what's it? It's Dean
I mean,
Moya.
I'm following along, so
Oh
it's
yeah, yeah. It's just as well for anyone in the chat. Is this it? I'm not sure if this is legit. No, although I might read that. That's interesting. I need to read more of the guy who wrote this. Okay, right. Um,
I
oh,
did want to talk about that thing that you said with the person who became super emasculated and super
mhm,
scrawny, and then he ended up doing more harm for the vegan movement than if he were to just stayed over consuming.
mhm.
Um, it seems sort of similar to like the trolley problem, like
Yeah.
um,
But this is the thing. It's
kill
like, how do?
kill some
Sorry.
yeah, kill some now so that you can save more later. And like when making that assessment, you can't even know if you're making the right decision from that moment. You can't even know if like you will be able to convince people in the future, or if the most harm, like you just, I don't think that there's a really justified way in knowing.
I would agree. I would say that the way in knowing exists in an institution, and that's the whole propagation of knowledge. That as soon as you put someone in a very abstract position where they cannot follow their duties, then there is no way that they could rationalize what is right or wrong, and so it falls on individual caprice, and that's kind of the whole point of tragedy for Hegel, when an individual doesn't have a duty from which to fall back on, which is like a rationalized position that exists between agents, and they have to rely on their own subjectivity, then they are equally as capable of doing right and wrong always. They must be able to refer to an institution, to a notion of right and wrong which exists between agents, in order to have any sort of grounding in terms of moral reasoning.
So are you saying that like the institution is like imposing an impossible thing on the individual, like a contradiction in which they have to reconcile, but they can't? And that's what the tragedy is for
Yeah,
Hegel?
exactly. So like the example that I think is used is a mother who has a starving child who lives in a society where we have agreed it's wrong to steal, but it's also wrong to allow your child to starve. What's the mother to do? Our responsibility is to the child, but our responsibility is also to society. Which responsibility does she respect? Now Hegel says that she's not wrong. She's not wrong for feeding the child, and she's right in both cases for different reasons, and that is tragic. That shouldn't be allowed, and so society should change so that she can feed her child.
Okay, that yeah, I'm actually really happy. This is actually making sense. Okay,
It's
so
all
in the
Hegel. It's
context of
not me.
veganism,
it's sorry.
but I'm really interested in applying whatever I learn in ethics into my real life. So personally, from your point of view, what do you think someone like me should do? Should I try to sell as many items as possible? Um, should I should I work out? Should I
I would
like
say,
I
I,
guess I'm recognizing I'm in a state of tragedy, as Hegel would put it. And I do want people to express their individual freedoms. But um, like I said, being in a state of tragedy, even though you acknowledge that you're in a state of tragedy, it doesn't solve the state of tragedy itself,
yeah,
which is the problem here.
yeah. So this is what I would say. You should move from the ethical to the political, back to the ethical. So in other words, understanding your ethical institutions force you to respect all sentient beings. You should do what you can to respect all sentient beings and modify that to the greatest overall extent. So the rational conclusion would be, I think, political change, in many ways, and so the advocacy of political change, and and that includes economic political change, right? People like to think that economics isn't politics. Economics is 100% politics. It's been defined that way, since like Aristotle, our engagements towards each other in terms of economic sense. So I would say that trying to resolve the tragedy is now your obligation. How do I now resolve the tragedy that exists within my life? And I would say with veganism, it's really easy. You essentially boycott animal products and advocate for political change in relation to you boycott animal products in relation to political change, but no, sorry, and economically, but in terms of politics as well, you can advocate for changing farming methods. Reduce of farm subsidizations, I would say it's obligated for vegans as well. Trying to convince other people to do the same. In terms of selling your possessions and so on, like trying to reduce harm, understand where the harm is coming from and reduce that. So if the harm is coming from a form of worker exploitation, and you are always going to encounter this worker exploitation within the distributionary system, I would say ethically reduce harm, reduce the amount of consumption you can, in relation to what would not prevent you from being a capable political candidate, and
Yeah, can I stop you there?
yeah.
Um, okay. Being a capable political candidate. Okay, that's an interesting one. I guess um, some people aren't good at, some people don't want to don't want to be political. They just want to adhere to their ethical obligations. And if they're,
Shouldn't it
I
be
guess we'd have to
sorry.
define what it means to be a ethical political candidate, because someone
Mm.
could just be setting a precedent. But if someone doesn't, want to do all this work, are they now obligated to live entirely based on need and like a hut in the woods, for example, if they're not going to
No,
be,
I wouldn't
there's
let
like
them get
two
out.
types of,
I wouldn't
yeah.
let them get out of politics, man. What are you talking about? I don't care if they want to. Like, I would say like man by nature is political. I would say that we all have our political responsibilities, and trying to hide from them is a rejection of ethics in the first place, which is what politics is based off. So, like, politics is valuable because of ethics, because how we behave is because how I behave is in relation to how we behave. The good life for me is the good life for man. Then how we engage politically in relation to the good life for man is essentially the foundations of ethics in the first place. And so, like, divorcing the two one from
Okay.
each other is impossible, really.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that. I don't think that's what I meant. What I meant was, I guess someone who I like. I think you and I can agree. It's whenever we're talking about ethics, and ethics is directly tied to politics. You can't not be political. But in terms of how you do that, some people would rather not um, be outspoken, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And if someone doesn't want to be outspoken, then is their next ethical duty to live in a hut in the woods if they refuse to be outspoken about their political beliefs?
Well, I think that they need to get over the feelings of wanting to be outspoken. If I'm honest, that is itself like presupposing an ethical value to that feeling, to that like preference. They're saying that that preference supersedes their responsibility within a political domain. Um,
But well, I guess marginal cases, what would you say about someone who might be able to understand the ethics, but might have Down syndrome or autism or Asperger's, in which they can't convey themselves politically?
oh, I mean, like, let's say they've got
Um,
like level 3 autism or something. They're able to understand, but they're not able to verbally express. Um,
Yeah, so what is their ethical duties? They're able to understand what you and I are able to understand, but in doing so, they can't participate in a way that advocates for institutional change. So that all that they're reduced to is individual change. And if we had omniscience and knew that, they can't set a precedent, let's just take it for granted that they can't set a precedent, then are you saying that the person with level 3 autism, as you put it, should be living in just a hut in the woods?
I'm certainly not saying that, and I'm certainly not going to say that on live stream. Uh, uh, no, I'm joking. I don't actually advocate
Yeah.
for that anyway. I would say that no, don't believe that any other individual's moral responsibility is great, or ethical responsibility is greater than any other, just because of a diminished capacity. I would say that they are not required to live a life in which that other political candidate would be justified in not living. Again, we have agreed that the individual should be living a certain standard of life. I think that they should, in relation to what we are trying to express, like, as in, like, the political candidates are now engaged in trying to change the world to justify this person's standard of living as being okay. So, like, they'd agree that, look, we can all live X standard of living in an ethical way if we modify the system. Now we engage to try and
Hmm.
modify the system. Um, Now, they should live the life which is considered justified at the end scenario within the system, because that is the life we've considered that they should be living. The issue is they aren't capable of advocating for political change. So it's not like they should change their individual responsibility to within the system. Their political responsibility to themselves remains constant. Their political responsibility to others is what is being diminished by their disability.
Okay, I guess let me apply this your theory to an example to see if I understand. So a person who is not very capable at advocating for institutional change, but there are people out there who are doing their best to advocate for this change. You said that they should act as if the end is like the end goal. So the end goal is to be able to do squats and not feel guilty about it. So this person should be able to work out and to consume more calories than they would need so that they can build muscle. Is you would agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so they can also buy an iPhone.
I would probably say, yeah. I think that the only issue is like whether they are like for example, whether the disability like removes them from like all political change. So like as you say, like there is an economic factor that comes into play. So like they mightn't be able to advocate for political change in terms of the distributionary system, but if they can manipulate the political system in terms of their consumption habits, well then that's an economic issue. Um so, for example, I would
Okay.
say that they
Um,
shouldn't consume meat, dairy, and eggs, and I would probably say that they should avoid iPhones because they are capable of doing that on an individualistic level. And so, as an individual, they are capable of understanding the reasons behind that political movement, but they are incapable of the advocacy that would allow them to, like other forms of advocacy. So, do what they are possibly capable of understanding they should do, is what I would say. So, go as far as the limits of of their ethical reasoning allows. So like I expect more of someone who is not disabled and has a full faculties of reasoning and discourse and so on than I would of someone who doesn't in terms of the same as at the end position of their ethics. That's what I should say. There we go.
okay. So the person can do squats, but they can't buy an iPhone because if they reject the iPhone, then that's a pretty big way of, rejecting or advocating for institutional
So
change.
long as they understand
Okay.
the reasonings behind it. So like anyone who doesn't
Okay.
understand the reasons behind it anyway is not culpable for their ethical decision making process, and they are
Right. Right.
subjects anyway. They are like they are patients and not agents, and so they should go as far as their rational ethical agency allows. As
Yeah,
that's
I think that kind of goes without saying, but within our hypothetical person, I think we agreed that they are capable of understanding. It's just more of the advocating that they're not
Mhm.
capable of.
In which case, they should do
Uh,
everything economically, I would say, within their power, to bring around the political change in which they agree they should bring around. And so,
okay.
if economically, bringing around a political change of, let's say, boycotting, I don't know, like the boycott the meat, dairy, and egg industry, because it would reduce exploitation and lead to a vegan market, that's great. But rejecting excess calories, there's no political movement around that. There's nothing politically advantageous around that in general. And so ultimately they would have no political force in their action. They'd have no political justification in their action, and they would be acting on an individualist rationality. So like it would be like, right, this is a position of an individual who is acting as if they were political when they are not.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There was one thing that stuck out to me though. You said that holds economic change, and I'm gonna like this is a slightly different topic that I'm moving on to, but I really appreciate everything you've said thus far. But another thing is how do you feel about people who might buy meat? Like let's say with the expression of individual freedom and the reduction of suffering is probably something that we care about. What if someone were to get really, really happy with buying meat like once every 2 years? And then, or how about this? Is it wrong to, if I owned Robinhood and had a stock, and if I put literally 1 penny towards Tyson Foods, say for some reason I got amazing joy out of that for no reason. Um, Now I'm not creating any um, at monetary change. And as long as politically I say that I'm totally against all of this, but then secretly, like once every 2 years, I like, consume cheese or meat. I guess I'll lay my cards bare. I have someone who I know does this, and I'm completely against it. But it's hard to advocate against it because I can't really find the moral reasoning to say why it's wrong. Do
Well,
you have the moral reasoning to say why that would be wrong?
well, I mean, like supporting the meat and dairy industry through actually giving them money, like as in not in allowing them to avoid costs. I think as an act of political, like they know that rationality, in terms of rationality, that their behavior obligates them to not commit that action, and so they are committing it anyway because they are justifying it with their own experiences. It's like a rapist who really really enjoyed rape. It doesn't really matter, does it? Am I misunderstanding
Well,
the analogy?
well, I get. Well, I guess the thing is it's probably like I wouldn't say it's too comparable to, but unconscious rape. So if someone were to um, get immense pleasure from raping someone unconsciously, where the person never knew throughout their entire life and never suffered from the thing, how do you reconcile with something like that?
I would say that the actual concept, the action of rape being a rejection of subjectivity, perpetuates harm in general, and that the circumstances are that an individual assumes that the individual would not find out, and so on like that, are again dependent upon the individual's own rationality and their own discourse rather than the obligations that exist within our society, which says rape is wrong regardless of the circumstance because we know it's safer that way. And so by taking it upon themselves to act in a way that uses the system of obligations in order to maximize their own pleasure, I would say that's actually what Hegel calls criminality. The criminal who goes to the marketplace and steals, it might be that the marketplace can actually accommodate for a certain amount of theft, but if universalized it would destroy the marketplace. They are still acting irrationally. The way that what they are doing is perpetuating a norm, if universalized, would destroy the normative system from which they are dependent to engage in that behavior. It's the same with
Okay. Yeah, the person who steals to feed themselves is in a state of tragedy, but the person who steals just out of like just because they want to, you're more it sounds pretty Kantian or
it's
rule
a it's
utilitarianism
rejection of
of like,
reason. Yeah, it's a rejection of reason, and what we do is based on ethical reasoning rather than anything else. Like, it's all about understanding what our obligations are through reason, and if you reject your reason, then you're open to the principle of explosion. So any conclusion you've drawn is unjustified in the first place.
okay, yeah, I don't know shit about Hegel, but it does sound like super close to
Oh,
like a
it's really
categorical
close to
imperative where
Kant, yeah. And the difference is it's actually grounded. So Kant is like abstract, presupposes a notion of good. Hegel's like, right, we're going to take Kant and we're going to make it actually relevant by applying it to freedom and subjectivity from which all ethics is actually grounded. And that's so he takes the Kantian position and then basically applies it to subjectivity itself and the basis of value.
okay. So okay. I just want to be sure that the universalizing of an action is actually a good um, like argument to uphold, and like what that entails. So kind of think like, does the consequence, even if the even if the consequence is like horrible in said situation, um, does it ever trump the reason or the universality or applicability of said action?
Um, I mean, like the whole point, like if we say that the consequence is horrible, that can show like an issue within the reasoning. So for example, take the mother who can't feed her child. She's obligated in two respects, so there is a fault in the reasoning. It's the same thing in relation to the consequence. Like I linked that article, consequentialism and deontology in Hegel's philosophy of right. And ultimately, what it argues is that within Hegel, and I would agree, within Hegel, there is a deontological structure within all of our institutions. So we're all like, the family, the workplace, whatever it is that we are existing in, all our ethical institutions have a code of conduct in relation to the end of that institution. And the end of that institution is gauged off, the good life, what is good for. It's very Aristotelian. And so when we are engaged in these like these rules, we do it in the sense that we are forced to engage in a rule-like structure in order to do that which is rational and impartial. And so otherwise we are, acting in like caprice. But ultimately it's judged against the end, which is the good life. So if you can demonstrably show that our institutions are not producing the good life and producing more suffering, then you have created a critique of our institutions and our reasoning. So if you were to say like, look, this action is going to perpetuate suffering, which is like beyond measure, then you shouldn't do it. If the action was like on an individualistic scale, so like it's like, oh, it's our duty to, it's our duty to, I don't know, like lock up murderers, right? Like whatever, right? And then it turns out like in this case, the murder was perpetuated by an individual who was mentally ill, and our institutions haven't taken that into consideration, then we should change our institutions. However, if the murderer, let's say it's something else, like the murderer's mom will be really upset, or better yet, let's say it would cause some form of like civil like infighting. Let's say like there are a group of individuals, let's say it's someone like Donald Trump has committed murder, and like so like there are a cult following who will rebel if we do not if we imprison him, we imprison him anyway.
Yeah.
That's like we follow the reason.
Can I suggest a counter example, just so it makes more sense in my head?
Yeah.
It'll be a little bit more simple because it's a commonly used one. What if we just take lying? I'm sure we can take like an example of like where in the moment, if we lie, we can like alleviate a lot of suffering just in a moment. But obviously if we universalize the lying, then it ends in a contradiction.
Yeah, there's no such thing as lying anymore, because there's no such thing as telling the truth, like, and there's no standard like from which it
Wait, sorry?
So like the idea at the end of lying, like the idea of like the reason the Kant rejects lying is because it ends in a contradiction, because lying depends upon the institution, the norm of telling the truth. It's like breaking a promise. It's like if you accept that there is a promise, if it became the norm to always break a promise, the concept of a promise no longer exists. The concept of and that's the
right. But then if a murderer comes to your house and says, like where is so and so, I need to kill them, and you lie and you say that they're like the town over when they're totally not, I guess, were you just put in a state of tragedy is what Hegel would say? Or
Hegel would say that it was a state of tragedy, yeah, but he would also say that, like, so he would say like, look, you shouldn't have had to lie, but you've done the right thing in lying because you've respected subjectivity itself to a greater degree. So it's like your obligation, like it's the rule of double effect. It's like you've done something wrong to do a greater good, like you've respected duty to the greatest degree, and sometimes we do have conflicts in duty, right? And I think that's
okay, so wait, let me get this correct. So anytime that the universability of an action gets contradicted by the consequence, you would say that that's just a state of tragedy?
No, I would say I would say that if we have two conflicting duties, then it's a state of tragedy. If the consequences, for example, are negative so much to the fact that we don't want to do our duty, then we should do our duty anyway. I would say in the case of there's a few rejections for the case of the Kantian position. One, it doesn't take into consideration our duties to our like loved ones being greater than our duty to telling the truth to a murderer. In which case it doesn't understand like it keeps everything universifiable in relation to the expression of value, and our actions engage with one another are not respecting the overall expression of right, but are instead reflecting a universal standard of abstract right. And that's where like Hegel would disagree with Kant. He'd be like, look, that is lofty, and it doesn't actually produce the consequences which are the best. So like Hegel would say, look, if someone knocks on your door, and or he would agree with like Plato, like someone knocks on your door and they ask that they're in a deranged state and they're like, oh, can I have my axe back? Don't give them the axe. He would say like, look, you are obligated to not give them the axe, because we would say that we universifiably condemn murder before, more so than we condemn returning someone's property. The expression of etting in was it abating, betting and abating, is that the right word? A murderer, like aiding a murderer, um
Aiding, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
is ultimately a more wrongful act in relation to the expression of subjectivity. So my point was to say, like, look, if you can demonstrably show that the expression of subjectivity was worse in the action you are doing, in relation to like the institutions of our society, so you go like, look, we reject murderers more than we reject liars. Like, I became a liar to prevent a murderer. It would be acceptable.
Okay, so
Um,
there's a hierarchy of universal I just call it categorical imperatives.
Exactly, because
There's a
the real imperative is freedom, and so its expression is in real time in a way that is grounded rather than in Kant. It's just abstract, and all duties are considered equal. So in Kant,
Okay.
you have a hierarchy of duties. In Hegel, you have a hierarchy of duties. In Kant, you don't. All duties are equal.
Okay, and the problem of Kant is that if all alts are equal, then you're just put into a state of tragedy and there's no way to reconcile.
Yeah,
Where if you have the hierarchy, then there's a way to reconcile.
because you have a universal grounding from which you can appeal. So you could go like, look, which one is more right or more wrong in relation to this grounding, and that's what our institutions are constantly trying to do. I would also say as well, like just as a fun side note in terms of Kant, you could even argue. I don't. I take the Hegelian route, but you can't even argue within the Kantian position that he misunderstands the concept of telling the truth. So, for example, are you wrong for lying during a game of poker? Like if you're bluffing, are you committing an immoral act if you bluff during a game of poker? Um, Now, what I think McIntyre would argue is that the norms and conventions in relation to what it means to commit a lie are actually sociologically embedded, and he gets that from Hegel. Like you aren't telling a lie anymore in relation to the murderer, who's knocked on your door. You are now preventing a murderer. You are playing a different sociological game.
Okay, so if I'm playing a prank on my friend, and in order to play a prank on my friend, I have to lie to him. Um, but really, I'm not lying to him. I'm playing a different. What kind of game would I be playing there?
Well, it depends. I think games require like participation of more than one party, so there's a difference. It depends on whether you're playing the game. Like it's like if you're talking about
It's
a
a
game.
prank.
Hmm?
It is a prank. So
So
I wouldn't say that the other party is actually participating for real.
okay, so let's say like the other party like is engaged in like friendship, and friendship includes like the concept of pulling pranks on each other, and that's accepted as a norm and convention, and you lie to them, and it's not obviously detrimental to the friendship, ultimately undermining that. Then I would say then you are playing a prank and you're not committing a lie.
Okay, it might be a little ad hoc. What if it's well, I mean, you know those TV shows on the street that are just like, gotcha, you know. I'm trying to think of the one. It's like what is it? The jokesters, the imposters. What is it?
And practical
Um,
jokers,
it's
or something like I think.
yeah. Are they doing something totally immoral
Um,
under the Hegelian or
No, I
view?
think Hegel would say that that's sociologically embedded. Like it's the institutions that exist within our society of like comedy and entertainment and so on. Whether we judge those institutions to be justified or not is then the question. Like, is that a good thing? And then we'll talk about like, okay, is it perpetuating subjectivity to a greater or lesser degree?
Okay, okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay. Okay, that about wraps everything up. The only last topic I wanted to cover was insects, a little bit of a deeper dive on insects. As you saw in the chat, I was pretty curious. Um, and when it came to, individual expression and freedom, I feel like that there would be almost no reason to like ever really feel a need to play football on like the field, like I could someone say, look, you just played frisbee, um and that's just not vegan.
I mean, like
Um,
I mean, like obviously exercise and so on is important, and like obviously like like even I would even say like entertainment and what's it called? What is it's a batai? I think it's batai. There's a board unproductive expenditure. I think maybe I'll have to double check. Unproductive expenditure, I would say, is a psychological need for an individual. They have to do it to some degree, and so if you could do both at the same time, that's fine. I would say that it depends on the moral hazard. I'd say that you'd be more moral playing on like a plastic field or whatever, or like playing inside if you could. But ultimately, our institutions then need to reflect that. Again, we need to discuss like what is the overall greatest expression of subjectivity in relation to this institution we have, which is playing sports. And do we want to get rid of the expression of sports, or do we want to mitigate the harm that we perpetuate when we do not consider other sentient beings? And I think that the issue is that when we are living in an anthropocentric world, um, which has never considered sentient beings in any of our actions, we are constantly met with tragedy. Um, every
I
time we.
I don't see the I don't see the tragedy you're setting up here because with I feel like you know we I feel like there's always options out there. Like I feel like we could almost for the most part eliminate like playing football on a field that has worms and insects rummaging around. Like we always just play on the street. We always play video games instead, or we always resort to the baseball field or a different sport entirely. And maybe we're just slightly less happy because of it, but we
Oh
don't want
yeah,
to
yeah. I mean, if
restrict
you can
the.
just be slightly less happy whilst mitigating a moral hazard, which goes to like, and whether we, I mean, part of it needs to be on whether that moral hazard is of such a degree that it should motivate our actions away from taking it. So, for example, like we need to talk about like what's it called? It's like decision theory, right? Like whether our decision making process itself is trying to maximize a normative construction which is in of itself not reflective of subjectivity. So like Maximin reasoning and liberalist thinking, or allowing for like what is it, like libertarian like risk taking. Um, we need to consider the decision theory itself in terms of the, like, let's say we knew there was that if we played football, for example, we knew we were going to kill insects, or we knew that it was most likely that we would kill insects, or and end their lives entirely. And so the harm done to the insect would be by far a greater rejection of subjectivity than playing the football. Then we shouldn't play football on fields. And that would be the ethical discourse that I'll be having within the institution of sports. Like, look, like we are perpetuating harm whilst we are trying to actually perpetuate good. Let's mitigate the harm that we are doing by, I don't know, creating areas from which people can go and play football without harming other sentient beings and so on.
Okay, I see a state of like I see something that's a little rough because I see myself advocating to my friends, hey, let's insect lives matter, like let's
Mm-hmm.
not play
And
football
then everyone
field.
thinks you're crazy.
And then
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
crazy.
And this is one aspect of tragedy. Another aspect of tragedy was like, what action did you have to take now to go and pursue whatever the other interest and the other expression of like not only unproductive expenditure but exercise, right? Like whether it's like you've got to go to the gym and now you've got to risk, I don't know, like or you got to spend money and risk yourself in terms of like transport on the road or something, or whether it's
Right.
you've got to like to get to the baseball field. It's you've got to drive your car, and now you've got to consider the fossil fuels that you're putting into the environment and the likely and things like that, and like
Okay.
and the moral
Some
harms that are coming
stakeholders.
from your action, I don't think can be judged individualistically, and that's the issue. That's why we always have to fall back on duty.
Okay, so like, all right, let me get this straight. So like we are like always going to be forced into this state of tragedy, whether it's the insects on the ground or the pollution that we cause or the transport that we drive that we might hit a human on the way.
Yeah.
Um, these are like things that where you would argue maybe sort of justified in doing because of our just expression is what trumps the duty.
I would say that we have a well, I would say that we have that the expression of subjectivity is what we are reflecting in duty, and that the inadequacies of our duties are what our ethical institutions are discussing. Like, look, our duties aren't good enough, or we're not doing the right thing when we are doing these duties. Given this scenario, what should we do? And then the ethical institution comes up with a new duty in relation to ethical discourse and what we have determined to actually be a better expression of right, and then we follow that. The issue is that when we try to to just assume or put forward some sort of individualistic account of duty, then what ends up happening is we use faulty reasoning. We think we know what's right when in reality we've used our own we used our own caprice, right? We've actually just we've kind of reasoned it out for ourselves, but it hasn't been peer reviewed. It's not been understood to be the overall consequences haven't been analyzed from more than one situation and one view, and we may have also made a fault in our own rationality and in our own expression of reason, right? And so ultimately, unless there is a duty which obligates you to a certain action, I would say that, or away from a certain action, you have no way of objectively verifying or falsifying your action to be justified or not. And that's what I would say. And I think that Hegel kind of shows this in two respects. One with the tragedy example that and also with how ethical institutions were established in the first place. He described as heroic morality, in which case it's heroic morality he rejects as something to be from the past, in which an individual just basically asserts a notion of right. And they're like, look, we are making society, everyone's going to follow these rules, you're going to do as you're told, and we're going to go from there. And Hegel's like, that was necessary to get society rolling, but it wasn't actually right. It was just an individual's subjective caprice, but it was right in and of as much. It provided the basis of the institutions to develop into right.
Okay. Yeah, it kind of seems just another way of saying the just the hierarchy of duties, basically. Yeah, I think that's, I guess, two things. The first thing is please obviously I haven't been able to become accustomed to all these arguments first, so I would love to have a deeper understanding. So if you could send me book recommendations and other articles so I can have a deeper understanding of what my ethical duties are, I would really appreciate that. But one last concern I have is, just my advocacy and how I present, people and like what I think that their ethical duties are. And some people are just not philosophical by nature.
True.
And it took a lot of like brain power, and I love philosophy. I love talking about it. But it took a lot of brain power to just, simply understand what my ethical duties are. And understanding Hegel is takes a lot of brain power. So like whenever I'm saying, if they bring up a contention of like not to buy any meat like once a year, or not to run over insects on the ground for football, how would you suggest that I like the contradictions in their thinking, while it's not being, what do I say, pretentious?
Yeah, I mean, that's a skill in and of itself, right? Like, just in general, like in terms of rhetoric, you could like learn how to become a better rhetorician, and not in like a kind of sophistic, kind of amoral sense, but obviously learn the philosophy more. The more you learn it, the more you can obviously speak it, which I don't think does very well for me, seeing the fact that like half the things I say are in academic language. Uh, but like obviously
I'm sorry. What I have of you is half the time I watch you, I'm like, what is this man saying?
Yeah, I know. I definitely need to work on that. I absolutely have to work on that. I say it in like the language that I'm accustomed, and then I realize that nobody speaks like translated 18th century German, and then like um um So yeah, like I definitely need to work on that and my advocacy in that respect as well. I'd say it's just a skill more than anything. Practice makes perfect. Um, talk to more people. Like the more people you talk to, the better you're gonna get at it. Um, I think that ultimately come to understand the concepts is to the greatest overall way possible, and then the more you speak about them, the more you engage with them, the better you express yourself. So I'd say learn about like obviously the learn about how to speak and like like the best ways to present the arguments and so on, so that people don't get instantly turned off by them. But also,
But you are advocating that I explain Hegelian philosophy to people who aren't philosophical.
no, I'm advocating that you show them the contradictions in their reasoning. Don't explain the philosophy. Don't explain the underlying philosophy. Just keep that to yourself unless they're showing like an overall interest in philosophy. Like if someone makes a claim like, okay, well, what about this? I'm saying have an answer. Um, and it's pretty easy to remember the answer. So like someone says to you like, I don't know, like what about the fact that soy, like or monocropping is really bad for animals, then you turn around and just say like, all right, well that's because so many animals are consuming plants, and if we weren't consuming so many animals, we'd be consuming less plants. So animals are causing more crop deaths.
Yeah, yeah, I guess I don't have a problem with that. It's more, it's the questions that I asked you in the beginning of the stream, I think are the questions that I struggle with in my advocacy when I'm talking to people.
Right.
And I think it's easier to criticize or to point out contradictions than it is to conjure up ideas.
Mm.
Um, so people who aren't philosophical can pretty clearly see these contradictions, but as far as understanding how these contradictions can be resolved, I think is a lot harder.
Oh yeah, yeah. But then
Um,
that is actually positive philosophy, and you can't do someone's like own rational work for them. Like there is that like famous like quote from, I think it gets attributed to Aristotle, but I don't think it actually is. What is it? A fool tries to convince me of his reasons. A wise man convinces me with my own. The issue is that you if you learn how to teach, you can walk people through issues and walk them through, and that's great. The issue is they've got to be willing to walk the path, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if someone's not willing to go down some sort of rational discourse, and they're just gonna like meme at you, well, then you're buggered anyway.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I guess some people, okay. If someone's willing to, I guess, walk down the rational path, um, I guess you're right in that I'm just gonna have to do my best to understand the philosophy in such a way that it's easy for them to understand. Like, Albert Einstein saying, like, if you can't explain it simply, then you probably don't understand the concept well enough on your
Yeah,
own. Yeah, I'm sure that has some truth to it.
definitely does. I
So,
definitely need to work on that myself. Uh,
yeah, I think so too.
uh,
Um, but yeah, yeah, I'll just, yeah, please send me resources my way so that I could gain a deeper understanding. But thank you for exposing me to all of this philosophy today.
oh yeah, yeah, no problem. And in relation to like obviously your advocacy, like obviously having pre kind of like composed responses is great. Obviously, just do what I would say is be sincere. That is the number one thing I would say. Try to understand their position, engage with them sincerely, take them conceptually from what they do know to what they from what they do know to what they can easily know, then to what is knowable is like the end of the philosopher, right? So we engage with what is knowable, we engage others in what is known. And so don't go into the higher levels of
Mhm.
philosophy in which we are really engaging in like, right, well, in this like really niche situation, how should we be behaving with each other? Like go like, look,
Yeah.
like this is meant for university debates and shit. Like this isn't meant for like a Saturday night. I'm just trying to have a drink with me mates or something, or like I'm just trying to like, we're at a party, man. Please stop. And these like but
Yeah.
at the same time, if someone says to you like, like if someone tries to justify, let's say, the consumption of meat, dairy, and eggs with like the tragedy that is harming like I don't know insects when you play football, just say like, look, whether or not we are justified in playing football is a separate question to whether or not we should eat eat meat, dairy, or eggs. Okay, and like these are two different points of like explanation. Like my responsibility to sentient beings evil. Was it unbelievably available in terms of meat, dairy, and eggs. But when we talk about like what we should do in terms of playing football on fields, I don't have the answer for that yet. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. That like, look, like there are limits to my knowledge as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thought about drinking for a second. And you consume alcohol. Is that something that you think that you should stop doing
Yeah,
ethically?
yeah, it is absolutely. Yeah. uh, so
I
yeah,
don't want to. I don't want to not get. I don't want to not get drunk. That sounds awful.
yeah. I've kind of come to the conclusion that I'm pretty sure it just makes my life worse anyway. Like in the long run, um, like mostly because it just like not only does it I think leave us like when I'm drunk it's great, and then the days like the next day I feel terrible both physically and emotionally, and then I've realized that it messes me like gut biome up and I just feel horrible. But this might just be getting older as well. Like I mean, maybe I'm just like my body's telling us like Lewis, like you're 26 now, you need to just stop it. I don't, I don't know. I don't think there's, and obviously there's the frequency of drinking, and there's the possibility of addiction. I think is it 15% of people who drink every day become addicted to drinking, and so on. So there's a lot of things to consider. But ultimately, I would say that look, like I'd say that you certainly have a responsibility to not become an alcoholic, and I'd say that you have a responsibility to not overconsume alcohol when you do consume it. Like to protect your health. These are the things that I would consider more than drinking itself. But yeah, I think that would certainly as a society could do with like, you know what we need? We need that like, this is tragic again. Like we need like Star Trek synthahol, where you can have all the good things of drinking without actually any of the negative effects. That's essentially what that's what we need.
Yeah. Okay. This is just before I head off, I have one super unrelated question that I couldn't not ask you just because it's just nagging in the back of my head.
Okay.
Um, I know, but it's just about epistemology and just about knowing. There's two things. I guess the first thing is like how do we approach philosophy in the first place? The two things that I see with the approach of philosophy is whenever it comes to epistemology and knowing what to do in certain situations is like we either do one of two things. We either remain skeptics or we come to the conclusions that are most rational, follow those conclusions until we are presented with a more rational conclusion. Um, Whenever we choose an approach to philosophy, do we have to do that consistently? And if we do, then aren't we obligated to either be skeptical of all ethical theories or rationalize into believing into God?
What I would say is that we should be skeptical, but only so far is that the negative, like, so for example, we should be skeptical of everything, um, in as in willing to doubt everything, but only doubt that which is justified. Like, as only take the negative, as in, oh dear lord. So for example, a good example is Fourier skepticism. Fourier skepticism ends in the rejection of the normativity from which it relies. So that level of skepticism cannot be justifiable, because if we were that skeptic of everything, we would ultimately not have any normative basis to be skeptical in the first place. So it's ultimately irrational, right?
Wait, this sounds like another like categorical imperative. If I was skeptical that it was wrong to murder people, um, and then murder became universalized, then there would be no one left to be skeptical of.
Yeah, I mean, like the categorical imperative is obviously supposed to be like basically reason applied to ethics, right? Or morality. What I'm just saying is the tenets of reason itself. Like it would be a self-defeating argument. Fourier skepticism is self-defeating because it basically presupposes a normativity itself that it itself rejects. It's so skeptical of its own reasoning that it rejects itself. In which case it cannot be true or cannot be shown to be true, because epistemologically there is no grounding for that argument. It's the same thing with other forms of less severe skepticism. Take, for example, solipsism. Solipsism understands reasoning that the negative, like, there is only that you are the only being in existence, because it could possibly be the case that you are a brain in a vat, or I don't know, like a god running a simulation in the head, in which case you're the only conscious being in existence, right? It's possible, but that doesn't mean that it should be accepted to be the case. You don't necessarily have to accept the negative outcome. Like, just because you can doubt something doesn't mean that the end of doubt is all that is true. It just means that the end of doubt is a possibility of being true. So now we judge between the positive case and the negative case. Is it more likely that you are the only being in existence, or is it more likely that there are other beings in existence? And I would argue that it is more likely that there are other beings in existence, whether you take a coherentist or a correspondence theory of truth. And so, regardless of the theory of truth you take, I would say that you are going to come out with the conclusion that you are not the only being in existence. And so, fallibilist knowledge being as it is, there exists the possibility that you are the only being in existence, whilst simultaneously the possibility that you aren't, and that possibility that you aren't is the stronger possibility and the possibility from which you should believe.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't read the same theories of truth that you've read, so right now I'm unfortunately unconvinced that one side is more possible, as you put it, than the other. But what I gather is just that you're saying stay on the safe side is the
Yeah,
more
always
simplistic way of saying
side
it.
with reason. That's what I would say.
So I didn't hear the last part you said. What?
I would say always side with reason.
Always side with reason. Then always side with reason. Than skepticism.
Well, skepticism, I would say, is a rational expression. So I'd say skepticism is a form of reason. Like, so for example, Cartesian doubt is a form of like a reasoning whether something is or is not the case based on a form of a negative argument. Like, reason includes a negative. So like good example is Parmenides back in ancient Greece talks about the two ways of inquiry. The first way of inquiry, this will be in my course, by the way, if anyone's interested. The two ways of inquiry are the way of conviction and the way of mortals. So Parmenides argues that the way of conviction is the possible, what is possible, what must be the case, what is and must be the case. So a positive argument. And the second way, the way of mortals, is what is not and cannot be the case. And he argues that we should not accept the negative argument. Both are expressions of rationality. Like, you can go down either one. You can try to work out what is not the case and what cannot be the case. And you can also try and work out what is the case and always must be the case for Parmenides, right? And these are both rational expressions of how we should engage in philosophical thinking. And so one's obviously highly skeptic and one's obviously making positive claims. And what I would say is that Parmenides was right in one respect. What cannot be known, he basically warns against it and says what cannot be known cannot be uttered in words or thought. So going down this level of this way of inquiry ultimately leads to a rejection of everything. Right, it leads to Fourier skepticism, in which you end up rejecting all normativity. And so what we need to understand is, how far do we go with this? Better to make a positive claim than a negative claim, but be skeptical of positive claims, because otherwise they can only be shown to be positive if they exclude any chance of not being the case. So like, levels of certitude are dependent upon how much doubt can be articulated about the positive position. So the more it can be doubted, and the less likely it can be shown, like the less evidence, the less robust the evidence that exists for the case, then the less likely it is to be true, and the less reason you have to accept it.
Okay. So it seems like you just side with the positive claim, but not only do we look at the positive and negative, but also just the amount of reason supporting it. So
Yeah.
like, if we have a little amount of reason versus just complete skepticism, then side with the skepticism. But if we have a lot of reason but we still have skepticism, we side with the reason.
Exactly. All, well, we always side with reason. Both the skepticism's just as much of a rational endeavor as anything else. It's based on rational conceptualization and the ability to perform a normative action in general. Like skepticism is a methodology. Remember, and so just as much as the positive claim, it's a methodology of negative, just as much as the positive claim is a methodology of positivity. And that's what I would say. So they're all fundamentally dependent upon reason.
Yeah, skeptical of reason is just a contradiction then.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I appreciate the talk and everything. I hope we if I have another if something else comes up that we can talk again.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely, absolutely. I'll be 100% game. I'm gonna have to quickly run now as well because I think someone's at my door. So it's been really fun, and I would love to talk again. Yeah, thank you very much for the discussion.
send me those resources. I definitely wanna learn more,
100%,
especially about Hegel.
100%, man.
Okay,
Right, take it easy,
I'm gonna
man.
let you go.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm back, everyone. Thank you very much for the conversation, Joshua. It's very much appreciated. Whew. Don't know what's going on in chat. Oh, I hope everyone is having a nice stream. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up and, consider subscribing and all that. So yeah, I'm going to stay for another 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so, and then I'm going to shoot off. So if anyone has any questions, then please drop them in the chat. And yeah, I'll do my best to answer them. Am I having am I having a debate with Vegan Gains? Yes, I don't know when. Whenever he says like that he's going to be game, might be today if he's absolutely game. 100% am. I don't really want to do it like obviously I'm kind of getting up early in the morning, going to bed early at night, so I don't want to be excuse me. Don't want to be debating like 9 o'clock at night or something like that, because I won't even be awake, and even if I was awake, I wouldn't be like functional enough to like really debate. Does there exist a psychoanalytic tradition that isn't so sexually obsessed? If there is, then why would I want to know about it? Okay. No, but seriously, I have no idea. It seems like there is, but then I think Lacan does I think Freud and Lacan show like I think there's a lot of I think they try and base it on like desires itself, and I think that they try and show that there are like before the mirror stage and the movement towards like erogenous zones, the expression of subjectivity, and I think that a lot of it, like, it's weird. It's like, I don't know why it's so sexual necessarily, but then I think a quote that kind of sums it up and why it is like that is, was it like, I think it was a French king who said it, and I have to double check. What is it? Everything is sex except for sex. That is power. Everything is about sex except for sex. That's about power. And I think that I'd say that kind of sums up the Lacanian Freudian kind of take on things. It's all about the expression of the individual's desire, and desire itself, and that's where the Hegelian interpretation comes in, because it's about the expression of desire and understanding your desire, in which case your society sublimates your desire because it allows you to conceptually divest aspects of your desire. And so I think that maybe having it a little bit like sexually orientated is more of a reflection of the thinkers themselves, maybe, but also it's a reflection of our society. Excuse me. I think the title, the title of this video doesn't have vegetarianism in it, does it? But thank you for subscribing to the channel. Oh no, that's Joshua. All right, sorry, Elliot. He has me thinking that you'd subscribe to me. I'm just gonna be forever alone. The interior of your headset looks like a muffin line as well. Yeah, man, these are really comfortable. Like really comfortable. Like the best headset I've ever had. Yeah, absolutely, Josh. You are a smart young man. Nicely said, Steve. Also, thank you. Like, I think you shared something before that I found useful. It was about the blood clots in Corona. That was pretty cool. Someone just commented on my bloody channel saying that they're starting to understand what I'm saying now that they've started studying philosophy. That is probably a bad sign. Right. So yeah, I'm gonna stay for the next 20 minutes, guys. And round the stream off at a nice 4-hour mark, apparently. Hiya, Twisted. Yeah, I'm back. Oh, and hiya, Chris. I forgot to say hiya to Chris as well. Will you be spending some of those sweet dono money to create more interesting background? We must have. I am actually. I was saying, like, I was watching a person, like, talk about like how to make a nice background and stuff, and they were like, your background's your personality, and I'm like, I'm not a white wall. I promise I'm not a white wall. But seriously, yeah, I'm gonna make the background nicer, and I'm also gonna get like some stream overlays and stuff just to make the stream like nicer in general. This is enjoying the accent. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I don't know. Like, yeah. So if anyone has any questions, drop them into chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. And if you want to be bumped up to the top of the list, then you can donate and support the channel at the same time. Get your question answered, and Hegel fan art. I actually totally would do that. Ask a question. Sorry, to get your question answered first, then you can donate through the Streamlabs donation link that is pinned at the top of the chat. And yeah, you get your question answered first because this is capitalism. Question: why is the life of a single rat more valuable than the life of 100-year-old Solokwa tree? Because the Solokwa tree does not have any conscious experience to evaluate itself to evaluate its function and experience. So there is no inherent value within the tree, but in the rat, the rat's life is being constantly evaluated by the subjectivity of the rat. So the rat has an interest in being, in the words of Peter Singer, a rock does not have an interest in being kicked along the road, but a mouse of not being kicked along the road, but a mouse does. It's like saying, what's the difference between kicking a rock and a mouse, or kicking a branch and a mouse? It's not a comparable scenario. The mouse has conscious subjective awareness and is constantly evaluating the scenario. So kicking them brings a negative experience, whilst cutting down the Solokwa tree does not bring a negative experience beyond the aesthetic loss towards the individual. So it may be bad to cut down the Solokwa tree if there's animals around and it would harm them, or it would harm you, but the Solokwa tree has no value in and of itself. Do you believe in the sentience hierarchy? Sentience hierarchy. If not, why not? I do not believe in the sentience hierarchy because I think that conflates, and I think actually the best example of why you shouldn't believe in the sentience hierarchy can be found in Tom Regan. Actually, so Tom Regan, I actually read it. I actually got it up because I was going to bring it up when we were talking. He talks about the subject of life, but I disagree with the way that he's characterized it. I can find the little part where he talks about cups. Basically, he says it is not the contents of the cup that we value, but the cup itself, right? It's like the conscious experience of the agent isn't of value in relation to its, like someone having a great deal of pleasure isn't more valuable than someone avoiding pain. the experience and the valuation of pain and pleasure in relation to that agent what is of value. And so, like, look, if a mouse has more pleasure and pain than a human in its life, or more pleasure and less pain, that doesn't mean that it's of greater moral consideration, because what is of consideration is the individual's interest in their experience. It is the fact that they are experiencing it, that they evaluate it, and that value is infinite to that individual. By definition, they cannot help but value it, and that inherent value is what we are considering in ethics. So yeah. Have I got you on like the Hegelian like bandwagon now, Magnus? I swear to God, every time I see you talk, it's like I see a little bit of Hegel every time. It's a good man. What differentiates music from poetry? My God, I can't answer that question. I really can't. Like, I'm not even going to pretend to. I'm not. Do you think that someone can end up similar positions to you through subjectivism? No. I think they can make conclusions that are similar to mine by accident. You know, people sometimes get maths problems right whilst doing the wrong reasoning. But that doesn't mean that in every scenario that they are going to, you know, accidentally fall upon the right scenario. It's the same thing with subjectivism. They can accidentally fall on the right conclusions if they somehow mess up their reasoning, but they've messed up their reasoning in the first place to be a subjectivist. So there we go. But thank you for your question. Can you really say that a fly, a grasshopper, a roach, a clam, etc. has experience? Yeah. I don't know about a clam. I don't know enough about clams. But a fly, a grasshopper, and a cockroach, you know, display behaviors that seek to avoid, like resist pain experiences, resist harm, and also behaviors that show that they are consciously evaluating the scenario around them, that they are, like, you know, actively trying to, you know, they are changing their behaviors in relation to the change of the phenomenal world. And I would say that in terms of biology, we have strong reasons to believe that consciousness is connected to one's physical form, and that one's physical form, although may not be the production of consciousness itself, like, you know, I don't believe that it's materially reducible. That doesn't mean that we can't appreciate some form of hylomorphism in which consciousness is integral to the production of consciousness is a material aspect in which the brain is involved. And I would definitely argue for that. I would say that the brain is 100% involved in the production of consciousness, that a complex central nervous system clearly is integral to the production of a conscious creature. And so the neurological complexity of these insects shows shows the likelihood that it is capable of having a conscious experience because they have a brain, which, yeah. Do vegans miss the point of moral talk by reducing veganism to animal suffering? No, I don't think so. I would say that that, like, when we talk about animal suffering and the suffering of others, what we are doing is we are talking about subjectivity itself, and I think that's the point of ethics. I think that ultimately we should talk about right reasons in relation to that conversation, but I don't think vegans are missing the point when they talk about animal suffering at all. I think that, in fact, what misses the point is any ethical theory which does not consider suffering, when it's so abstract and lofty that it's not grounded in some sort of reality from which value is derivative, which is what I would claim that the author of the article that I responded to at the first place, which I probably should have had a cup of coffee before I responded to, is made that error. Yeah, I do think that, like, people need to translate. Like, I feel like I was talking to Destiny, he's like, right, I understand you, and then he'd like translate my argument for, like, then I'd be like, oh my God, why do I need a translator? What have I become? Like, I can't have a conversation with an everyday individual without a translator. It's like, that's a problem. I need to work on that. Um, but at the same time, it's like, obviously, tomorrow, like trying to convince people to to live that gardener lifestyle. Gardeners actually have the lowest rate of suicide of any profession, actually, from what I'm aware. I don't know if I would say that those organisms are conscious rather than they are essentially just machines responding to an input with a predictable output. Consciousness isn't just decision making. It very well might not be, but I would say that we have no reason to doubt that they are conscious. And I would say I'd rely on moral hazard. I would say that the basis of our claims is behaviorism, for one. Even in terms of neuroscience, we'll ask people, like, we'll say to them, like, "Oh, right, how do you feel?" You know. Or like we do something and we monitor that behavior. The reality is that, like, we try and correspond aspects of the brain to behavior. I would certainly say that animals kind of fit the bill. I would even say that it's from what I'm aware, like it's scientific consensus anyway in neuroscience. But I would say that the complexity of a brain, if it's complex enough there's no reason to doubt that the complexity of a brain in relation to a human is capable of producing consciousness, but then not animals beneath it. And in terms of complexity, unless you're willing to say that our brain does a process that their brain doesn't and you can demonstrate that process. So like language, for example. But then I don't find the arguments for the phenomenological experience from consciousness emerging from language, because I would say that language itself depends upon a phenomenological experience to even function. And so I'd say that this couldn't have been an unconscious process. Yeah. Other than that as well, I would just say, look, like we're determined to, I would say, like, in terms of moral hazard, I'd say, like, we could say this about literally anything. Like, we could say the same thing about humans. Like, what reason do we have to believe that humans are conscious, like other humans are conscious? What reason do we have to believe that other animals are conscious? What reason do we have to believe that insects are conscious, and so on? Like, so it kind of what it's all going to fall down on is a form of behaviorism, and I think that is ultimately where we are forced into, I would say. Yeah, lots of plants are sentient / suffer. People around are very frustrating to argue with. Absolutely, especially since not only is it scientific consensus that plants don't suffer, which wouldn't be such a big problem, but everyone thinks you're a neuroscientist anyway. But then it's also there's no evidence to say that they do suffer. All they see is like a reactionary response to stimuli, but we don't see even a change in necessarily like a change in behavior or anything like that. Or a capacity for memory or anything that would like indicate some level of conscious experience. I missed some parts of the discussion with Joshua. What would you do about workers being exploited to make smartphones? Is there anything that we can personally, e.g. petition companies that benefit from using exploited workers? Yeah, I would say there are a few things. And thank you for your donation, Wicked Fatigue. I really appreciate it. So I would say that first and foremost, we should call for distributionary change in relation to the institutions of our society. So go socialist, and like argue for a socialist position, try and aid socialism to in terms of changing the distributionary system. The next thing I would say is, in terms of personal responsibility, try and buy secondhand. Look, if you're gonna have to own a smartphone to function in society for personal safety, for for work, whatever it may be, own the best smartphone that you can and the most ethical smartphone that you can. Why the hell not, right? I wouldn't say that it's like the greatest overall obligation, because I'd say that again it's political. But if you can. Own like try and like buy secondhand in order to like, I'd say that we are at this point obligated to not over consume and produce landfill that is destroying the world and harming other people and causing worker exploitation and so on. So it actively harms the business as well. But then it's not really making any political change, and so really the only thing that I would say that you can do in order to truly change the system is advocate for a change in the politic, which is why I would advocate for socialism. And it's a big difference between socialism and veganism in terms of ethical consumerism, right? Like, you can't avoid all products to eliminate suffering, because the distributionary system will always produce, worse and worse forms of exploitation. But then you can, join movements like there are ethical phone movements, and other forms of ethical consumerism which push industries into the right direction. I would say that, and then obviously, as I say, obviously advocate for a political shift. Really, I'm trying to think of anything else. Yeah, I'd say just be political about it. That's about the best you can do. And then obviously mitigate the harm you do by, purchasing that phone, which we've agreed that is like the least harm. And I think that secondhand is agreed to, of course, less damage, and ultimately be better. And people advocate for secondhand, like organizations even advocate for secondhand, keeping your phone as long as possible. And what else? And then obviously see if there's any ethical phone institutions, like in terms of not only companies producing ethical phones, but also more ethical phones, but also what's it called, like institutions, like political movements, like designed to try and remove like unethical phones. So yeah, I hope that helps. Wicked Fatigue, I really appreciate the donation. Oh, what is that? I'm so hungry. No. I'm going to go off in 5 minutes, guys, because what's the difference between environmental aesthetics versus art aesthetics? Like natural aesthetics and art aesthetics. I don't really think there is a difference, apart from, like, was it God or man who made it? Like that old thing, like God is the greatest artist. I'd say that there isn't really a difference. They're both based on the appreciation of subjects, and so the objectification in which a piece of art exists is dependent upon the subjective evaluation of agents. And and then ethics is just the movement towards, like, a consideration of beauty in terms of like universal understanding. Would you give an advanced AI moral consideration or value? If it displayed, like, the behavioral characteristics of showing pain and pleasure, and I didn't have, substantial reason to doubt that it was experiencing, a subjective value experience, I'd say I'd differentiate between intelligence, pure intelligence, and subjective evaluation. But for whatever reason, if we had reason to believe that, like, I don't know, emulating a brain or something, like via software, and it somehow managed to, the being acted as if it did have pain and pleasure responses, then yes, I would value that. And I would say that moral hazard kind of shows that we must value that, whether it is experiencing it or not. And this is the issue with the Turing machine, because we could just be tricked, but there is no way to differentiate, and so moral hazard forces us into the situation. If it is as rational as irrational to believe that it is or is not subjectively aware, then I would say then you should fall on the side of moral hazard. Should we treat objects of aesthetic experience the same with of aesthetic experience the same without considering if there was / was not intention behind it? Then I mean, in terms of yeah, kind of. I mean, I guess the difference is the only difference I'd really point out is, like, obviously the significance it has to culture and the individuals who produced it in terms of ownership and stuff like that. But yeah, absolutely. Like, if something is like, there is no reason that we should differentiate between something like of beauty in terms of, like, I don't know, like the Mona Lisa. I don't really think that's very nice, actually. I don't know, like the Sistine Chapel. Like, I wouldn't differentiate between, like, the Sistine Chapel necessarily and a sunset. I think they are both, like, in terms of aesthetic value, have a value in and of them, like, in not in and of themselves, in reference to the individual, like, looking at it. And, like, look, I can see a sunset and go, that's a nice sunset, but it's not as nice as the Sistine Chapel. And there's times when I may see a sunset and go, wow, That's better than the Sistine Chapel, you know. But it's obviously there's metrics in which we are judging, like in terms of human capacity and creativity and genius. So yeah. No, there aren't vegans that eat a carnivore diet. That is nonsense. Oh, thank you very much, question mark, for your
Question_Mark TV donated £17.50. Keep up the good work. Please let me know when your Patreon is set up.
Thank you very much, Mark. I really appreciate the donation. I will definitely let you know when my Patreon is set up. I was going to set it up. I keep meaning to set it up. I was going to set it up today. I might try and just get it done. Like, I keep meaning to do it. And then like, I go to do it and I'm like, oh, what are my tiers going to be? And I'm like, oh no. But I think I've got some pretty good tiers in mind and like some pretty fair ones. I think I've got them written down. Actually, guys, let me know what you'd like to see on my Patreon. Remember, it's safe for work. Nobody's getting booty shots. No, you all want them. Come for the philosophy. Where is it? Yeah, let me know what you'd like to see on Patreon, like Patreon rewards. Is there any rewards that you'd like really be interested in seeing? That looks delicious. What is that? Oh my god. I'm so hungry. One second, I'll see if I can find me Patreon rewards, what I've got set out. I definitely saved it. Oh my god, what was it again? Oh yes, I was going to do Patreon only live streams once a week. Oh yeah, that's right. So I think I was going to have one reward tier that you could view the live streams, and then run one reward tier where you could participate in the live streams. So like you could ask questions, and it would only be for patrons. So like a Patreon only Q&A, or like, and then you could vote on like what like some of me content was going to be. So I'd make all patrons people like vote between like some of me, like whether I was going to do a stream on something else, and so like, you know, on like what I'm doing a stream on. Where the hell have I gone? Right. Video suggestions would be a good reward. Yeah, absolutely. That's cool. I'm glad that you said that, because I just basically said that like I'll have like obviously like so that people could vote between multiple videos. So video ideas, whether it's going to be a sit down video or whether it's going to be a stream. Another one would be even just making suggestions, like a suggestion box. I'd like to private chat with you sometime, but honestly, I just want to be able to support your monthly automatically. Your content is the reward, PP. Oh, thank you very much, Mark. That's really appreciated. That actually means a lot. That actually genuinely means a lot. I hope the content is good. I've been trying to be here. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been here like nearly every day. I'm wondering when I'm just going to burn out, to be entirely honest with you. But like, obviously, the more donations I get, the more I can increase the quality, and I am hopefully planning on getting a new camera, some stream overlays, things like that. You know, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. So I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it, Mark. On any books that you recommend that are not in your Amazon store, do you have a list? I have loads of books that I recommend that are not in my Amazon store, but they will be on my Amazon store when I get to put them in. I don't have a list yet, so I should genuinely remember to put that in. You mean there isn't going to be an OnlyFans? Unsubscribed. Not yet, anyway. Unless it's like I'll dress up as Hegel and I'll think of something saucy as Hegel. I'm trying to think of, you got any ideas for some sort of Hegel OnlyFans content, or like Plato, like something ancient Greek? No, actually, definitely not something ancient Greek. That's got to be illegal. That that like the twisted things that they get up. I'm not even going to go into the Roman philosophers, the sickos. I don't know which one's worse. I think actually definitely the Greek sin. I'm not going to go into why. Just starts off Protagoras, just talking about some young boy, just like, oh, he's so handsome, but until he got a beard. Ugh. Like, Christ on a bike. Like, great philosophy, not great ethical institutions. You've been here like 20 plus hours in the last 4 days. Oh my god. Oh my god, I've been spending like I've been spending more time with you guys than my girlfriend. I feel I'm going to burn out just from trying to understand what you're saying in the videos, let alone from being the participant in the discussion. Oh man, like, don't say that. I need to refine the way that I'm coming across. Not sure what that even means. Oh, right, I see. No, I'm not. That's bad. I'm probably using the oldest gear in here, with a few exceptions. Haha, even my headphones are old as fuck. 20 years, DT 7070. PP is using them. Yeah, man, I think these are like DT 7070 Pros, 250 ohms. So like these are like studio headphones. I got them when I actually got them to like I paid for these. Well, I actually got them for, I think, was it my birthday? But like I got them basically so that I could use these with basically the equipment that you got me, which is like these. I didn't see the point in like getting a really good mic and then not be able to actually understand the audio with the headphones I had, which were actually really terrible. I managed to break my headphones. I mean, snap them in half. So yeah, like I wouldn't have bothered getting. I wouldn't have been able to get these if it wasn't for you guys and your support. Because to be entirely honest with you, I would have had to focus on buying a much cheaper mic. And so you wouldn't have this level of audio quality. So like you actively, every individual who did, engage with trying to, every individual who did support genuinely increased the quality of the streams and genuinely made the everything, not just the streams, but the videos much higher. So I do really appreciate everyone who supported and everyone who continues to support. It does genuinely help the channel. You called yourself more handsome before you got older last stream. Did I? Oh, no. Oh, no. I said that I was, like, I was talking about how I was a little dumpling. I was saying that I was saying how I was worse when I was younger, when I was, like, a little obese sausage. And really existed in the shape of a pumpkin for quite a few years. Like my girlfriend, who knew us back in school, her first interaction with me, she has written in one of her diaries, "Oh, Augustus Gloop joined the class." So yeah, you're with Augustus Gloop now. Augustus went through puberty, man. Like, anyway. What's that? Your girlfriend cannot provide the ethical foundation from which to create a movement to evolve our institutions. Absolutely, Laura. You're gonna have to take a backseat to the resistance, to the revolution. Viva la resistance! Viva la revolution! No, absolutely, yeah. Laura can, like, actually, she was doing a better job than me. She had a much bigger vegan channel, like advocating for veganism. Like, one of the videos got like over 1 million views. Multiple videos. I'm honestly, I'm just definitely the better one. could you please what is it? Could you debate politics with people who are more disagreeable, both right and wing? You both right wing both the right wing guy you had on and the last two leftists were incredibly passive. Well, who are you going to tell us to debate with? Everyone is just like not like I don't know who to debate with. That's going to be like more like I am definitely right, and if you want that, then fair enough. I'm happy to debate anyone pretty much, but I do prefer like genuinely like good discourse. I don't want to be like Destiny and just meme the shit out of it all, like where all the discourse comes to a fight, and same with Vorsh, where it's just like he's just like look, you're a piece of shit, and I don't want to be that stream. Like, but at the same time, I'm happy to debate people with very contentious views. Actually, I hear from most people that they say that Google turns you to use so that you can follow you. That leads them to read onto the topic also. Can't be that bad. Oh, right. That's cool, man. Oh, that's cool. I like to hear that people are actually like Google in terms I use. Prepubescent PP, yeah. I was very much a little dumpling. Dumplerman. Little baby dumpling. I can't compete with question mark when it comes to donations enough. Lol. Donations though, lol. Well, I'm sorry. Was it Marcus doing God's work? Thanks, Mark. I really appreciate it. Does she have a channel on YouTube too? Who's Laura? Laura's my girlfriend. She does have a channel. She's not around at the minute. Do you want us telling them where your channel is and pointing them in the right direction so they can see that huge subscriber count compared to mine? No, not right now. She's just gonna hide for now. Okay, but she's not there at the minute anyway. She's coming back. But she's got a ridiculously large YouTube subscriber count. Space Demon, hey, what's up? I just found your channel yesterday. I think I've been super interested in philosophy for about the past year or two, so I'm barely scratching the surface, enjoying a lot so far. Well, thank you very much, Space Demon, really appreciate it. Going to be here a lot more. If there's anything you'd like to see, then drop it in the chat and I'll do my best to get to it, or when I get a Patreon you can make suggestions. So yeah, thanks, man. Is anyone able to have a conversation with Jordan Peterson? Haven't heard from that guy in ages. He's having conversations at the minute. He was talking to Matthew McConaughey recently. The guy wasn't okay. Last time I saw Jordan Peterson was not okay. Really had some issues with the medication he was using. I would love to talk to Jordan Peterson myself, in terms of one's responsibility and arguing for a vegan lifestyle. Especially since he so heavily advocates for personal responsibility and obviously isn't going to use the argument of no ethical consumption under capitalism because he's a capitalist. So yeah, 100%. Oh God. 100% would love to talk to Jordan Peterson. Don't think I'd ever be able to with the size of obviously my channel compared to the relative size and publicity of Jordan Peterson. But maybe once I'm bigger and and things like that. So subscribe, like, comment. All that stuff helps to try and get me a conversation with Jordan Peterson. But yeah, I don't think he's very well, actually. I really don't think he's very well. Jordan Peterson, last time I saw, looked really, even when he was saying he was better, still looks in a lot of pain and just in general, just genuinely not okay. I don't think Vegan Gains will be so brave with you in the debate. He will be careful, haha. Probably. At least I think I don't know how much I don't necessarily know how much he's what's it called, genned up on socialism, so we should find out. I mean, speaking of stereo images, I don't think Jordan Peterson's that bad, man. I think Jordan Peterson is absolutely politically wrong in terms of his political takes, but his understanding of personal responsibility is something that the left could do with, to be honest, addressing. They don't advocate for personal responsibility, yet advocate for political responsibility, yet don't manage to show why we should enter politics in the first place and how we are personally responsible for our own actions in a group setting, which is why you get a lot of this "there's no ethical consumption under capitalism" nonsense. So yeah, I'd say that Jordan Peterson's position is only one side of a hermeneutic circle, but you know, the guy's an incredibly educated guy. I don't like his psychological takes sometimes. I don't think they're very good, but at the same time, he's in terms of like medicine, in terms of empirical data, but in terms of his psychoanalytics and the talks and talking about like Jungian philosophy, I find it interesting. I don't think he's an overall bad guy. I think his political takes are trash, as I said. But you know that everyone's not good at everything, you know, and yeah. Okay, so I'm going to answer the next 3 questions and then I'm going to go off. So whether the questions that are dropped in chat or whether they are a donation, donations get answered first, obviously. 3 more questions and then I am gone. So yeah. Ask now or forever hold your peace. Charlie. He's a good lad. He's a good boy. He looks traumatized. He's looking at his is my email? I was wearing the headphones the wrong way. Yep. How will you be approaching the socialist debate with vegan gains? I expect he's going to offer a purely economic defense, which you should be prepared for. Yeah, absolutely. I think, to be entirely honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if vegan gains, this is where I think vegan gains may go. There's been no successful socialist movement. Capitalism is by and large more successful and is reducing poverty. And yeah, I'm just going to talk about, look, like even if poverty is reducing, that doesn't justify the concept of exploitation. I would say that we could have. Well, I'm not give up the arguments, because then he'll just if he sees them, he'll be like trying to wiggle out of them before we even had the discussion. So, but yeah, I think I'll be all right. PP, do you have a spot in the 24-hour charity live stream? I didn't even know that was going on. I think I got a message there from Vegan Gaze, who said that like I think is it Vegan Pixie Warrior or something. Is having a 24-hour live stream with loads of vegans for raising funds for Dean Farm Trust today. The only slot they've got open is at 2 a.m. and I would do that if I would be awake. I mean, if they were doing it at like 4 a.m. or like 5 a.m., I would be there, just because it's for charity, for a sanctuary. I'd 100% be there, but I'm not going to be awake at that time. And I don't really want to mess my sleeping pattern up, to be entirely honest with you. I can't really afford to. Not when I've just got it back. Like, I'd be sacrificing myself to the animals. That's like please take my soul. The only vegan streamer under 30 who has technological know-how of a 55-year-old. Yeah, that is actually me. Okay, but I am 100% a boomer. That's why I read Hegel, man. I am now an 18th century German. Right. Okay, guys, I am going to end the stream there. Thank you all for watching. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing. If you're on Twitch, please consider following. And as always,